Looks like we have a quorum, so we can get started. Call this City Planning Commission meeting to order at 1:31 p.m. First, we'll do a roll call. Commissioner Alexander.
Present.
Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Flick, present. Commissioner Lunn.
Present.
Commissioner Mobley.
Present.
Commissioner Stieg.
Here.
Commissioner Stewart. Commissioner Wiedberg. And Commissioner Wittry. Looks like we have 5 in attendance, so that's a quorum to begin. First, we'll do the approval of the meeting minutes from the September 28th meeting. If there are not any comments, I'll be looking for a motion.
So moved, Commissioner Stieg.
Thank you, Commissioner Stieg. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Alexander.
Commissioner Alexander, second. We'll call to approve. Commissioner Alexander.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flick, yes. Commissioner Lunn.
Yes.
Commissioner Mobley.
Yes.
Commissioner Stieg.
Yes.
And Commissioner, and that's it, I think, for now.
Brown says yes.
Oh, Commissioner Brown, thank you. Now we'll read the meeting rules. I can pull those up. So special public hearing rules. The order of business. The order of business at the hearing shall be as follows. Call to order and roll call with the recording of members present, approval of the minutes, reading of the hearing rules, presentation of dockets, staff presentation, applicant presentation, questions from members. Then there'll be a recess for 30 minutes, followed by the consideration of dockets, which includes the public comment, the rebuttal by the applicant, questions from members, voting, and then adjournment. The presentation of dockets. The order of business for each docket shall be as follows. A presentation by the City Planning Commission staff, presentation by the applicant or their representative. The appellant or applicant may appear on their behalf or be represented by a duly authorized agent. Only one representative may speak on behalf of a request and must pre-register with the staff of the City Planning Commission. Other representatives or speakers may sign up to provide comments during the public comment portion of the meeting. The applicant shall be allowed a maximum of 2 minutes. Questions from members. The members have an opportunity to ask questions of the staff. Recess. The commission shall take 30-minute recess to allow members of the public to comment. Public comment. Rules only written comment will be allowed. Live public comment will not be allowed. No member of the public may submit more than 1 written comment per agenda item. The public comment form will be made available at the start of the meeting and will close at the end of the 30-minute recess. Public comments must be submitted electronically on the form provided by the City Planning Commission. Any comment missing this information will not be read aloud. Each submission must contain the commenter's first and last name, the commenter's address, whether the commenter is being paid in connection with his or her comments, and the agenda item. The reading of public comments. A moderator will read into record all comments pertaining to that item that have been submitted in accordance with these rules. Comments will be read aloud in a normal speaking voice. The moderator will discontinue reading the comment once it exceeds 2 minutes. Rebuttal by the applicant. Following the public comment period, if there's opposition, the authorized representative of the application is allowed a rebuttal not to exceed 2 minutes. Questions from members. Following the public comment and rebuttal, the members have an opportunity to ask questions of the staff or applicant. Voting. Making a motion. The member making a motion shall clearly state their name when making a motion. For example, I, Commissioner Flick, move to approve, deny the request. Seconding the motion, the member seconding the motion shall clearly state their name and seconding the motion. For example, I, Commissioner Flick, second the motion made by Commissioner Flick. The chair will restate the motion, confirming who made and who seconded the motion. The chair will request a verbal vote from each member by roll call. Each member will indicate a yay to vote in support of the motion, or nay to vote in opposition. Before we get to the presentation of dockets, we do have a special rule that we wanted to vote on, and I think, Council, if I'm correct, I can just read this for commission members to vote on.
Yes.
Okay, so the special rules, if a docket item receives more than 20 written comments during the 30-minute comment period break, there will be a special rule applied limiting comments to 1 minute per comment for proponents and 1 minute per comment for opponents, with a time limit of 20 minutes each side. Rebuttal time for the applicant remains the same as the standard CPC rules, which was previously stated as 5 minutes. So we're looking for approval for that. I'll call the question with commissioners. Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Flick, yes. Commissioner Lunn,
Yes.
Commissioner Mobley,
Yes.
Commissioner Stieg,
Yes.
and I see you, Commissioner Wittry.
Yes.
Thank
And Madam
you.
Chair, Commissioner Stewart is
Oh,
present. I vote yes.
There
as
you
well.
are. Thank you, Commissioner Stewart. Great. Now we can begin with the reading of the docket, starting with zoning docket 7121.
Hello. Staff would like to request a suspension of the rules to accept additional items into the record for this item. Following release of the staff report, the applicant notified staff that a variance of permeable open space would be needed. Additionally, there has been some clarification on the site's ownership. So in light of this, staff has prepared an addendum that includes analysis of the approval standards for variances and modifications to 2 recommended provisos. Would the commission consider a motion to suspend the rules to accept this addendum and the applicant's letter addressing the variance after the deadline?
So moved by Commissioner Stewart.
Thank you, Commissioner Stewart. Do we need a second for that, Commissioner?
Yes.
Council? Yes, thank you. Is there a second?
Seconded by
Commissioner
Commissioner
Mobley.
Mobley.
Thank you.
Go ahead,
Many
Mobley.
people seconded, Commissioner Mobley. I'll call for approval, Commissioner Alexander. Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Flick, yes. Commissioner Lunn,
Yes.
Commissioner Mobley,
Yes.
Commissioner Stieg,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Wittry,
Yes.
yes, great. Permission granted. I think we can proceed.
Thank you. And Stephen will be emailing you all that information to review. All right. So zoning docket 7121 is a request for an amendment to ordinance number 28300 MCS, zoning docket 10519, establishing a conditional use to permit a prison and related uses in an LI light industrial district, to permit the expansion of the prison to include the construction of a medical and mental health services facility. Known as Phase 3, this new 2-story, 80,500 square foot facility would contain 89 beds for inmates with acute and subacute mental health conditions. The proposal also includes laundry, a centralized visitation area for attorney and family visits with a public entry point, housing support with counseling rooms and mental health staff work areas, a nurse and security station, and additional space. The application projects an estimated cost of $51 million with construction finalized around August 2023. This application is the first of 2 proposals for housing and services for inmates with acute and subacute mental health conditions within the Orleans Justice Center. The other proposal, zoning docket 09921, was introduced by Council Motion M21276 and considers the adaptive reuse or retrofit of the Orleans Justice Center's Phase 2 building or other existing resources for the housing of male and female inmates with acute and subacute mental health conditions. that proposal will be considered at a later date. The City Planning Commission's role is narrowly focused on assessing a proposed development's impact in terms of the type of activity it generates, when, where, and how this activity occurs, vehicular traffic and parking impacts, noise impacts, environmental impacts, and aesthetic impacts. This allows for a determination of whether there are meaningful land use impacts and whether there are building or site design changes or operational restrictions that can be imposed to mitigate those impacts in order to make the development appropriate for the intended location. With that said, staff recognizes the legitimate concerns surrounding the merits of this Phase 3 application, including incarceration of individuals with mental health conditions, the $51 million price tag, only $39 million of which would be covered by FEMA funds, and what is ultimately allowable under the federal consent decree. From a land use perspective, the addition of a Phase 3 facility to provide housing and ancillary services for inmates with acute and subacute mental health conditions would not result in significant new impacts or an intensification of the current land use. Indeed, the current proposal aligns with the 2019 request, which specifically requested accommodations for 89 inmates with acute and subacute mental health conditions. As noted earlier, the applicant notified staff following release of the staff report that a variance of permeable open space would be needed. Per Article 16, Section 16.3A1, Table 16-2, 20% permeable open space is required. The applicant is proposing 17.3% and requesting a waiver of 2.7%. Based on an analysis of the approval standards for variances, staff believes that the requested variance of Article 16, Section 16.3A1, Table 16-2 for permeable open space fails to meet 8 of the 9 criteria of the standards for variances of Article 4, Section 46F of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, in that there are no special circumstances peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of commonly enjoyed rights. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. Granting the variance will confer on the applicant special privilege. Granting the variance will alter the essential character of the locality. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship. The variance will be detrimental to public welfare, and the variance would impair the adequate supply of light and air, substantially increase traffic congestion, increase the danger of fire, or endanger the public safety. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variance. Based on this, and the limited scope of staff's review, which again is limited to the land use considerations, staff finds that the application does not constitute a significant change to the conditional use already in place and meets the approval standards of Article 4, Section 4.3F, with the exception of the variance request. Thus, staff must recommend approval of zoning docket 07121, subject to 1 waiver from the original conditional use and 31 provisos, though noting the denial of the requested variance of permeable open space and 2 modifications to the provisos noted in the staff report. Those modifications are as follows. For proviso number 22, staff recommends adding to the end of that proviso, alternatively, the applicant may elect to not combine the lots. Should the existing lots remain, the applicant shall secure any needed waivers from the Board of Building Standards and Appeals to address any building code issues that may arise from the proposal. Staff also is recommending a modification to the original recommendation to delete proviso 3 and replace it with the following. The plans submitted to the City Planning Commission for approval shall indicate compliance with the relevant yard, bulk, and open space requirements contained in Article 16, Section 16.3A1, Table 16-2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. This shall be achieved by modifying the plans to demonstrate compliance or obtaining variances of the requirements. Lastly, it has come to the staff's attention that a reference on page 6 of the staff report is not correct. The section referencing the 2010 ordinance states that Phase 3 would be an 89-bed facility that is similar or the same as the one now being proposed. the 89-bed facility did not come into existence until after that 2010 ordinance, is our understanding. So with that, staff recommends approval subject to 1 waiver and 31 provisos. Thank you.
Great, thank
And
you.
Commissioners,
Sure.
I'll also note that the document that you were just sent that was received after the suspension of rules is now posted on the city website with the agenda. So alongside the staff report are the 2 documents that you just received.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of the city for this docket item? No. Are there any questions of commissioners for staff in relation to this docket item?
Commissioner Lund, have a question?
Go ahead.
The alternate proposal that will come before us sometime, presumably the near future, that's based on a city council motion. Let's see, wrote that down. City council motion M21-276, zoning docket 9921. Do we know when was that motion put forward by the city council?
I can look that up. I believe it was the August 15th meeting, but can double check.
But it's been in
Just
the
as a note.
recent past, it's been in the past few months, right?
Yeah, I believe it was initiated in August 5th, on August 15th, but can confirm the actual date. We're expecting that will be considered by the Planning Commission in November, either at the regular November 9th meeting or at a special meeting on November 30th.
Okay, and that is for an adaptive reuse of the current facilities for the same purposes without the need for construction for a new building, correct?
That's correct.
I know that's a minor, that's a abbreviated version of it. And what we're considering right now is an authorization based on a 2019 conditional use request, correct?
That is correct. So the 2019 conditional use was an amendment to the 2010 conditional use. And so this now before you today is an amendment to the 2019, which was an amendment to the 2010.
2010, okay. And yet most recently, the city council has put forward a competing proposal. Okay, just want to kind of get the timeline of things straight. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lund. Are there any other questions? If not, we'll move on to the next docket item, zoning docket 7221.
Chairperson, if I may, the applicant is on the call for zoning docket 7121. Stephanie
Sure.
Morris. Thank you.
You can just state your name and address.
Philip Sherman on behalf of 2112 Charter Street. My address is 701 Porter Street, Suite 4500, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. You have 2 minutes.
I just wanted to make an appearance to answer any questions. This property prior to COVID was used as a short-term rental. It lost its license, and so that's why they've applied for a conditional use to reuse the property as a short-term rental, which it was prior to COVID.
If I may interrupt, that is Mr. Sherman is the applicant for the following zoning docket 7221, which we haven't.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sherman. I was apologies. You'll come up next in just
Okay,
one
I'm
moment
sorry.
after the presentation. That's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. Do we have anyone to speak on zoning docket 7121 on behalf of the applicant?
Yes. This is Stephanie Norris speaking for Grace Avery Curtis Architects for the city project. I pretty much was going to go over what the CPC staff went over. I guess we didn't know, we were late to realizing we had a open permeable space problem. In the consolidation of the sites under the original conditional use ordinance, we were dealing with sites that did exist before the recent iteration of the zoning ordinance. And in order to get that kind of permeable space on this site would require us to reduce the building footprint by about 20%. Just wanted to point that out. It was a different, it was, you know, it didn't have that requirement prior to when we consolidated the site.
Thank you, Ms. Norris. Do you have any other comments?
I do not, except for I do have one other comment. On our given site shown in purple, we do achieve 51.6 open permeable. So we're kind of doing a pretty good job there, but it's the probably the west end of the site has given us the most problems. I think our most recent additions still achieve a 20%. It's the in towards Norman C. Francis. It gives us a problem.
Thank you. Do any commissioners have any questions for Ms. Norris? No? Okay, well, we can move on to the next zoning docket 7221.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Norris.
Zoning docket 7221 is a request for conditional use to permit a commercial short-term rental over 3,000 square feet in an HMC1 historic Marigny Treme by Water commercial district. The site is located along Charter Street, approximately 50 feet only from the intersection between Charters and Frenchman Street. The lot measures approximately 2,900 square feet and is developed with a 3,276 square feet, 3-story structure that occupies almost the entirety of the site. The structure exhibits commercial features such as display windows, double entry door, and an awning along the front facade. The applicant is proposing to use the existing structure as a commercial short-term rental containing 4 bedrooms, bathroom, a kitchen, a living room, and a patio area. The existing floor plan is to remain the same. The staff does not believe that there is anything particular about the site that would make a commercial short-term rental of this size inappropriate. The property is commercial in its architectural appearance, therefore suited for commercial use. Its size at over 3,000 square feet at this specific location would not greatly impact the surrounding area, as the 3,276 square feet structure is existing and no expansion is proposed. It is adjacent to both commercial and residential uses, which are all located within the same HMC1 commercial district, which is a commercial district that allows comparably intensive commercial uses. Further, it is located only 50 feet approximately from the most active and visited portion of Frenchman Street, characterized by a cluster of bars, restaurants, and live performance venues that attracts many tourists and local visitors. So for these reasons, the proposed use should not generate a significant level of additional activity to that which is already existing. Therefore, we are recommending approval subject to 7 proviso.
Thank you. Mr. Sherman, you now have 2 minutes. If you have anything you'd like to add.
No, just as I mentioned before, the property prior to COVID was used as a short-term rental, and here to answer any questions you may have. So,
thank you. Are there any questions from the commission for the applicant or for staff? No, we'll move on to the next docket item 7321.
Thank you. Zoning docket 70, I'm sorry, let me turn my camera on here. Okay, zoning docket 7321 is a request for conditional use to permit a mini warehouse in a C2 auto-oriented commercial district. The request is in conjunction with a minor subdivision request to create proposed lot proposed lot 3B1A. The petition site, proposed lot 3B1A, is currently undeveloped and provides an area of approximately 1.284 acres with frontage along Franklin Avenue. According to the site plan, the applicant is proposing to construct a 39-foot high, 3-story mini warehouse with approximately 114,988 square feet in gross floor area. The proposed facility would include approximately 2,000 square feet of retail space and 875 storage units. The applicant is also proposing 13 off-street parking spaces. The staff finds that the proposed mini warehouse is appropriate for this site as it should not have any adverse impacts on adjacent properties. The relatively passive nature of the use makes it appropriate for the site and the site and its operational characteristics. Staff is supportive of the proposal if developed in accordance with the recommended provisos. The request is consistent with the master plan and meets the conditional use approval standards. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of the request subject to 6 provisos.
Thank you. Is there an applicant or an applicant's representative on the call?
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioner. Sharonda Williams. I'm here representing the applicant. We have reviewed.
You can just state your address for the record.
Sure. My address is 1615 Poydras Street, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. You have 2 minutes.
I'll be brief. We've reviewed the staff report in great detail. We've also reviewed the provisos. We fully agree with the staff report and are prepared to address all of the provisos that have been indicated in the staff report, and are working on preparing items in connection with those provisos currently. And unless anyone has any questions about what has been presented, we just support what's been presented by the City Planning Commission staff.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff or for the applicant? No, we'll move on to the next zoning docket, 7421.
Zoning docket 7421 is a request for a zoning change from an SRS suburban single-family residential district to an SRD suburban two-family residential district for a property located at 6110 Bassett Street. The subject property is a vacant lot that previously contained a single-family residence that was demolished in 2006 post-Hurricane Katrina. Although it was most recently used as a single-family residence, historical data shows that the property had also been used as a two-family residence. Neighboring properties adjacent to the subject site are developed as two-family residences. The rezoning of this property to an SRD suburban two-family residential district or any other district would be considered a spot zone and would have to meet the standards set forth by the Commission's historic non-conforming use policy. The policy requires the petition site to be consistent with the master plan. However, the proposed change is not consistent with the master plan. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of zoning docket 7421.
Thank you. Is there an applicant and applicant's representative on the call?
Yes, my name is Marquita Cage. My address is 130 Woodhaven Drive, Ponchatoula, Louisiana, 70454. I am originally from Louisiana. I moved here to New Orleans back in 2019. I am a young attorney, and so I moved here in order to start my career. On last year was when I began looking for a property of my own to purchase and to move into. It became a little difficult because of locality and being a single young woman in the city of New Orleans and trying to just find a great area. So subsequently, I found a lot in the Gentilly area, and which I presume to be a very safe area after speaking with others about that area. So the lot that I purchased, 5,300 square feet. And so I also began to consider building a home on this lot with an additional renter's unit because of the space, which would allow for affordability and sustainability of my mortgage here in the city of New Orleans. I know that historically the Gentilly area is an area of duplexes, and there are numerous duplexes in the area. And so the reason why I believe that my zoning should be approved is because the Seabrook neighborhood area is equal in single family and two family properties. There's also a couple of vacant lots on my street that are zoned as two family residences that I know that one of them is currently being developed to build a two family resident on that lot as well. My lot, as stated, was once zoned as a two family, and the other areas in the neighborhood are as well. I don't believe that approving my zoning would adversely affect the area or affect the neighboring properties in the area because it is consistent with the community in Seabrook Neighborhood Association. The area is again equal in single family residents and also two family dwellings in that area. This would allow for sustainability for me, again, for my mortgage, and also an opportunity for me to provide other young professionals with a place to rent and live at an affordable rate.
Thank you, Ms. Cage. Are there any questions for the applicant or of staff?
Commissioner Lund, a question for staff. The question is, and this is just so I can understand the process. Why would this be a request for a zoning change rather than a zoning variance? Is it because the underlying zoning would not allow for a variance request?
The current zoning district only allows for a single family development. And so they're asking a variance. They cannot get a variance for use. So they're instead seeking a zoning change because the two family residence would be permitted in the proposed zoning district.
Okay, so if the underlying zoning allowed for it, but there just was some limiting factor, like the size of the lot itself, then they would request a zoning variance. Again, this is a procedural, so I understand. Yeah. If there was some limiting factor about the lot itself, but the use was allowed, they would go to the Board of Zoning Adjustments then and ask for a zoning variance.
You cannot receive a variance for a use. She's
right.
seeking to build a two families.
Okay, thank you. I'm getting an education here that I needed. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question for the applicant. I see that you have an MPP. Did you have any opposition from other neighbors opposing the zoning change?
Yes, there was an opposition from one neighbor that was submitted. I also believe that she submitted an email to the City Planning Commission as well in her opposition. Mainly, it was the I guess the inconsistency with the areas where she was concerned about with two family dwellings. I know she stated in her letter that there were only two other properties on the street that were actually two family dwellings, but that's not true. Because again, like I stated, that I canvassed the area again on Saturday and the street is half rezoned. So half of the street is still zoned as two family and the other half is zoned as single family. So there are numerous doubles on that lot. I actually took pictures, but I wasn't able to submit it to you all to see in the Seabrook area how there are multiple doubles and duplexes in that area.
This is Commissioner Witcher. I have a question. Are those doubles that you took pictures of new construction or were already existing properties?
Those were already existing properties, but there are two vacant lots on my street. And I know one of the owners that purchased and he's currently in the process of building a double on that vacant lot that is zoned as a two family. So there will be a new one coming up soon.
So did he already go through this approval? Because the neighborhood was, down zone to single family. And so anything that was existing as a multifamily property that had been renovated, had been able to move forward. But I haven't seen any doubles that have been new construction in the particular neighborhood.
So correct. So the Batchett Street is only half rezoned. So half of it is still zoned as a two-family residential neighborhood. So where he purchased his lot was on the end where it's still zoned as a two-family residential neighborhood. He has not yet built his double, but he is currently in the process of starting the construction. So he doesn't need to apply for a rezoning.
And commissioners, on this point, you'll see there's a zoning map on the screen. sort of tannish or light yellow area is SRD2, which is a two-family zoning, allows doubles. The bright yellow area, which includes the subject site, is single-family zoning. And so that may account for some of the distinction of where doubles are and where they aren't.
I have a question for the applicant. So I want to get the chronology kind of straight. So when you bought the property, you knew it was zoned single family?
Correct.
And so, and you were, so if I understand right, you were planning to build the single family home for yourself. And then when you got into it and saw it was a big lot, you thought, well, maybe it'd be a nice idea to add another unit. Is that basically how it kind of came to pass?
Sort of, kind of, yeah. And just looking at financials and affordability and, for myself is how that came about.
Right. Okay. But I mean, when you bought it in the first place, you knew it was single family and you were planning to put your house there.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Are there any other questions for staff of the applicant? No? We'll move on to the next zoning docket, 7521.
The City Planning Commission staff would first like to request that the City Planning Commission consider a suspension of the rules to hear zoning docket 7521 and zoning docket 8321, one after the other due to the related topic of the text amendments. This would entail hearing zoning docket 7621 after zoning docket 8321. Would the commissioners be amenable to the requested suspension of rules?
So moved by Commissioner Stewart.
Thank you, Commissioner Stewart. Do I have a second?
Second by Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you, Commissioner Alexander. I'll call the question. Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Flick? Yes. Commissioner Lund?
Yes.
Commissioner Mobley?
Yes.
Commissioner Stieg?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yes.
Commissioner Riedberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Wittry?
Yes.
Great. You can go ahead.
Zoning docket 7521 is the request by City Council motion number M21228 to amend the text of Article 19 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to establish a new interim zoning district, or IZD, to be named the Protect Treme Interim Zoning District. Implementation of the IZD would have the effect of temporarily prohibiting government offices and public works and safety facilities in Louis Armstrong Park, located in the Treme neighborhood. Louis Armstrong Park is zoned to OSR, Regional Open Space District, where government offices and public works and safety facilities are currently permitted by right. The current administration declared the municipal auditorium would be renovated and City Hall would relocate to the auditorium located in the boundaries of Louis Armstrong Park once renovations were complete. City Council member response to concerns from New Orleans citizens was to utilize the Protect Treme Interim Zoning District to prevent City Hall from moving into the municipal auditorium. The Protect Treme Interim Zoning District was introduced at the July 1st City Council meeting. Interim zoning districts become effective as soon as they receive City Council approval, meaning that it is currently in effect. 2 weeks after the motion to implement the Protect Treme Interim Zoning District, City Council adopted another motion number M21260, which is considered in zoning docket 8321 on July 15th, 2021. Zoning docket 8321 contemplates separating the use of City Hall from the broader definition and use of government office. It also comprehensively studies where the use of City Hall could be authorized throughout the city, either by right, through conditional use approval, or where the use should be outright prohibited. It is a recommendation of CPC staff that the use of City Hall should only be granted through conditional use approval in the OSR district, the zoning district in which Louis Armstrong Park is located. Conditional use approval requires neighborhood engagement via the Neighborhood Participation Program, review by the City Planning Commission with ultimate approval by the City Council. Zoning docket 8321, which staff is also referring to as the City Hall text amendment, contemplates potentially appropriate and inappropriate locations for the use of City Hall, not only in the Treme neighborhood, but throughout the city. In doing so, it protects other areas of the city that have cultural significance and could be affected by City Hall entering their community. The staff believes the City Hall text amendment is a more appropriate avenue to codify where City Hall can and cannot be located throughout the city. Zoning docket 8321 will be heard next on the agenda. The Protect Treme Interim Zoning District ensures the protection of Treme from now until the City Hall text amendment is codified. Although an IZD motion goes into effect immediately upon adoption, the standard 1-year duration does not begin until the City Council adopts an IZD ordinance. However, once the City Hall text amendment is implemented under Zoning Docket 8321, the Protect Treme Interim Zoning District will effectively become moot in relation to City Hall use permissions. The IZD prohibits government offices from Louis Armstrong Park, and the use of City Hall currently falls under that definition. But once Zoning Docket 8321 is implemented, government offices will no longer encompass the use of City Hall, as a new definition and use for City Hall will be established. The Protect Treme Interim Zoning District only lasts for 1 year unless the City Council proposes another motion to extend the IZD. In contrast, the City Hall text amendment, or Zoning Docket 8321, will remain in the comprehensive zoning ordinance indefinitely once adopted, unless and until there is a future text amendment modifying the language. Therefore, the staff recommends that this IZD remains in effect until the effective date of an ordinance approving Zoning Docket 8321. Once the ordinance approving Zoning Docket 8321 is in effect, the IZD would automatically be rescinded. IZDs are typically in effect for 1 year. The shortened timeframe proposed for this IZD guarantees the protection of Louis Armstrong Park from the relocation of City Hall and the interim time between when the City Hall text amendment was introduced until when it can be implemented. Therefore, the staff recommends modified approval of Zoning Docket 7521.
Thank you. Is there anyone from City Council to speak on this docket?
We have a written letter from Kristen Palmer, and that would also require suspension of the rules, so it can be read into the record.
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Mobley. Commissioner Alexander? I'm calling
Yes.
for, thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Flick? Yes. Commissioner Lunn?
Yes.
Commissioner Mobley?
Yes.
Commissioner Sieg?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yes.
Commissioner Weidberg?
Yes.
And Commissioner Wittry?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Could you please read the letter?
Commissioners, I'll go ahead and read that. Dear
you.
Director Rivers and Mr. Kroll, and sorry, this is from Councilmember Palmer of District C. Dear Director Rivers and Mr. Kroll, I respectfully submit the following statement for consideration by commissioners during your October 12th CPC meeting regarding item 6, the Protect Treme Interim Zoning District, Zoning Docket 7521. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a statement on behalf of the City Council, the applicant for this zoning docket. The public record on this matter is clear. Its purpose is to pause development of a government office, public safety facilities, and associated parking at Armstrong Park in the historic Treme neighborhood. As your staff report eloquently highlights, this is a community whose interests and whose very streets, homes, and land have been taken and repurposed for years. That's in spite of the fact that Treme holds some of our city's most sacred grounds. Congo Square, the one location where enslaved African Americans could honor and continue traditions of drumming, dancing, worshiping, and communing. The people of Treme deserve to have a say in the plans for the future use of their neighborhood, especially Armstrong Park, where any decisions are made about municipal auditorium. They have a strong voice, so I'm loath to speak for them today. But let me share one final note on the text amendment itself. I echo the calls of so many and request that the use of City Hall be added to the IZD before this comes back to the council. This separate use, or even a proposal for the separate use, did not exist at the time the IZD motion was adopted by the council and was universally understood to be included within government office. Regards, Kristen Gislinson Palmer, Councilmember District C, Chair, Government Affairs Committee and Transportation Committee.
Thank you. Does the commission have any questions for staff?
I'd also, sorry, I'm just going to clarify that there is a separate presentation for zoning docket 8321.
If there are no questions, we can just go on now to zoning docket 8321.
Zoning docket 8321 is a request by City Council motion number M21-260 for a text amendment to create a new definition and zoning district use permissions for City Hall. The amendment would also essentially modify the definition of government offices under which City Hall would currently be permitted. Government office is currently a permitted use in the vast majority of zoning districts. The council motion does not state the problem with the current language, but the city planning staff understands that the purpose is to require a conditional use and public hearing process for the establishment of a city hall at a new location to ensure that the site is appropriate and does not have negative impacts on the surrounding area. The proposed amendment addresses the issue in a broad manner by proposing that City Hall be a conditional use wherever it would currently be either a permitted or conditional use as a government office. City planning staff believes it is appropriate to define City Hall as a separate use from government office, but that modifications are necessary to allow City Hall as a permitted use or prohibited use in some of the districts as appropriate. The City Council may wish to address the permitted and conditional uses of Armstrong Park differently than other parks which share the OSR regional open space zoning designation. This could be done through a footnote and use restriction in Table 7-1. Certain districts are intended for intense uses. The CPC staff finds that City Hall is comparable in intensity to many uses found in the Central Business District, CBD, and general commercial districts where large office buildings are located and large groups of people may assemble. These districts are well suited for City Hall because they are served by major streets and transit. Many professionals that need to access City Hall regularly have their offices in the CBD. General commercial districts tend to encompass large land areas that could accommodate City Hall and other associated uses. Other districts where government offices are currently permitted may not be appropriate for the conglomeration of government offices that make up City Hall. Individual government offices may be appropriate in these districts, especially if the purpose is related to the particular location or geography. City Hall may still be appropriate in some other districts depending upon the specific location, serviced by transit and major streets, and opportunities for other associated uses to locate in the vicinity. Conditional use is an appropriate use permission in districts where the particular location and master plan consistency would need a more in-depth review. For these reasons, the staff recommends modified approval of zoning docket 8321.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commission for staff on this zoning docket or how it relates to the other zoning docket? No? Okay, we'll move on to the next zoning docket, 7621.
Zoning docket 7621 is a request by Christine Bowers to renovate an existing two-family structure located at 3801 Duffield Street to accommodate 3 dwelling units in the HMR3 Historic Marin Valley of West.
Oh, could you speak up or a little bit closer to the microphone, please?
All right, is this better? Can you hear me? Sorry, I'm in the council chamber.
And that's just so everyone knows that's Larry Massey. He's just using Paul's computer.
Okay. Hey, Larry. Okay, yeah, just if you could just try to speak closer to the microphone. There's just a little bit of an echo in the background.
Oh, okay. Is it better now? I think we're kind of messing with the audio of the chamber.
Larry, I'll go ahead and do the presentation. It's sort of difficult to hear you. Let me just pull up some notes quickly, but essentially this is a proposal to convert a 2-plex in the Bywater into a threeplex that is allowed as a conditional use within the HM3 district. And so it requires approval through this process. The proposal is to add a third unit. Generally, these are the sort of things that the staff supports. It's compliant with the regulatory considerations of the zoning district. And so our recommendation to you is an approval recommendation. This application is subject to a number of standard provisos, which address kind of technical aspects related to permitting, finalizing the design and use standards of the zoning.
Thank you. Are there any, is there an applicant or an applicant's representative on the call?
Yes, Christine Bowers, 712 North Star Road, Metairie, Louisiana.
Hi, Christine, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, so I'm just here in case there's any questions or concerns about this project. I think that it's pretty clear that we want to renovate from a 2-unit to a 3. For a number of reasons why I want to do that is because of the expenses of the project and to be able to live there and to be able to pay for the project. Definitely. This has been ongoing for a couple of years. So I'm really excited to finally get to this point today. And my architect was supposed to be here, but I think he's in the hospital. So I was like very surprised that he didn't show up today. So I'm just open to questions. I know a couple of the concerns are short-term rentals, but that really isn't what this variance is for. So I think that would be addressed later. So if anyone has questions or concerns, I wanted to be here.
Thank you, Ms. Bowers. Are there any questions for the applicant or for staff?
Just a quick question. So what is what are the other 2 units? What's the plan for the other 2 units?
Well, I would like to do a short-term rental in one of them and the other one rent that out permanently. And then I'm very private and quiet, so I'd have to see how the short-term rental worked out because I don't like any noise and New Orleans is a party city. So, but my neighbors too, it's a quiet corner now that the old resident's not there anymore. So that's what I want to do is short-term in one and rent out the other. And live there. I'm going to live there too.
Thank you very much for that.
Yes.
And welcome to the neighborhood.
Thank you. I'm excited.
Are there any other questions? Okay, if not, we'll move on to the next zoning docket, which is a reconsideration of subdivision docket 9121.
Yes, this is a reconsideration of a major subdivision that you as a commission approved last year. It is a major subdivision for a Hannah-owned property in Carrollton that is currently composed of several sort of abnormally large lots, or wide, I should say, which had sort of a mid-century series of residences on them that have since been demolished. Hannah's proposal is to redevelop them with in collaboration with their development partners with more contextually appropriate development. And as part of that, they're seeking to create narrower lots that, again, are more typical of the neighborhood. So this was approved last year. One of the requirements of major subdivisions is that the provisos of final approval be fulfilled within a year of the date of the commission's approval. The developer has not been able to meet that requirement at this point, largely because they're in the process of working to put together a street landscaping plan, which is one of the requirements. And as such, the commission essentially has to reapprove this to reauthorize it for additional year. And so the staff is reiterating the recommendation of approval it made first time around, subject to one waiver and a few provisos, which must be met prior to final approval and within the next year.
Great, thank you. And just for the record, Commissioner Alexander has recused herself. Are there any questions or are there any comments from the applicant? Is there anyone from Hanno here? If not, are there any? Oh.
This is Emmanuel Gillen. I'm with Iris Development, the development partner. Wanted to just briefly add the reason that we haven't met the timeline of the original proviso is that we are still working with the State Historic Preservation Office, SHPO, to complete design review under the 106 review requirements, which have been pretty extensive. And so we've been hesitant to complete any landscaping plans while the exact design of the properties themselves that we are going to build on these lots is still in question or in evolution. We're pretty close, we think, to the end of that. And, you know, subsequently the landscaping plan should be pretty quick for us to complete that. But just wanted to give that sort of context for why we didn't make it within that first year, and that we think with a reauthorization, we should have plenty of time to complete the provisos, and yeah, nothing else has changed otherwise. But happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gillen. Are there any questions for the applicant or for staff?
Yeah, Madam Chair, before we go on with this one, I didn't realize that Iris Development was the co-partner, the development partner, because it wasn't listed. It was listed for Hanno. So can you mark me as recused on this matter as well?
Yes, sir. Are there any other questions or any questions? If not, we'll go on to the next docket, which is subdivision docket 12321.
Sorry, my internet's being a little slow. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is a request for a subdivision by LA Property Team LLC to re-subdivide lot 7J into lot 7J1, 7J2, 7J3, 7J4, 7J5, 7J6, 7J7, 7J8, 7J9, 7J10, and 7J11. The property is located at 58246 Dwyer Boulevard and 14721 to 14801 Sagon Drive. Proposed lots 7J1 through 7J10 are all rectangular lots with varying frontages and lot depth along Sagon Drive. Lot dimensions vary slightly as the subdivision is designed around a curved street, Sagon Drive, and the levee. All proposed residential lots are compliant and meet the minimum CZO requirements for single-family development. An additional larger lot, lot 7J11, does not have any current development plans and will exist as a larger lot with over 200,000 square feet of developable land. As the proposal creates 11 compliant lots, 10 of which are proposed for individual residential lots, staff is supportive of the major subdivision and recommends tentative approval subject to 5 provisos.
Thank you. Is there an applicant or an applicant's representative on the call?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, can you just state your name and address for the record?
My name is Amy Scandaliato, and my address is 8480 Morrison Road, New Orleans, 70127.
Thanks, Ms. Scandaliato. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to, thank staff for everything they did with this one. And I just wanted to discuss one of the provisos that was given with the landscape plan. When the apartment complex that's right there, it was the Village of Versailles, now it's Two Oaks. They actually did a landscape plan that loops around my properties, that goes all around Saigon and down B Street. So, the section that they have from the proviso, the 6.9.3, says about the landscape plan only if non-existing. Well, the Two Oaks Apartments, they've planted 26 oak trees in the right of way. It was 15 along Saigon Drive on both sides of the streets, and they're all 35 feet apart, and another 11 down B Street, which are all 35 feet apart. So the landscaping has already been done. Those trees are there. So I think that proviso, the 6.9.3, has already been met, because that landscaping plan was approved by the planning commission when the apartments got their permit to renovate and all those trees were put in. So I just don't think there's going to be a need to put any more trees in the right of way because there's already 26 oak trees is what they planted. So, you know, those are going to be big trees at some point. They're smaller now, but will get bigger. So, but other than that, that was it. That's all I wanted to talk about.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff or for the applicant?
Commissioner Lund, so for staff, given Ms. Scandaliato's comments about that would change the provisos and remove one of the provisos. Do you have any comment on that? Would be helpful for us.
Espen, I think I can handle this. You know, part of the proviso is that essentially the gaps in the streetscape are filled in, and it requires Parks and Parkways to approve the street planting. And so I don't think there's a harm in leaving the proviso in if out of the conversation with Parks and Parkways, they say there's no gap, this is fully planted, and no additional planting is required, then no additional planting would be required. But keeping the proviso in would at least allow Parks and Parkways an opportunity to look at us and give any advice as to whether additional parking may be required to comply with the subdivision regulation.
Thank you, Stephen. Are there any other?
I have to the applicant, Ms. Scandaliato, I see you shaking your head. You understand that and
yes,
clearly acceptable. Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Lund. Are there any other comments or questions?
Commissioner Mobley, I have a question about the environmental and water mitigation implications of building on this site for the neighboring properties and for the properties to be developed on this site, and hoping staff can offer some insight there.
So if they're proposing single family, I don't think they're required to do, besides doing like the permeable open space, they'll be required when they develop these lots to have a certain amount of permeable open space. They're not required to do any stormwater if it's just a single family development. They are within the levee system, so they're not building, and that's not something that we actually review with this. Like, we're not reviewing if this is like a wetland property or whether it's, you know, it's zoned for residential use. So that's what we're looking at in terms of the land use.
Yeah, and one additional comment on that, the threshold for a stormwater management requirement is 25,000 square feet of impervious surface or an acre. In the past, the Department of Safety and Permits, which administers that as part of the building code, has looked at residential subdivisions essentially as a single development. And so while this may be many lots, at least in one instance in the past, they've looked at it as a single development and said that there had to be a stormwater management plan for that development. Basically, they didn't disaggregate the separate lots. They looked at all as one thing. We haven't had that conversation with Safety and Permits yet, so we don't know with certainty whether or not a stormwater management plan will be required as part of the permitting process. But it's not something that's particularly addressed in the subdivision regulations and would happen as part of the development of the site rather than the subdividing of the site.
Thanks, Yael.
Are there any other questions or comments? If not, we'll move on to the next subdivision docket, 12421.
Subdivision docket 12421 is a request by Alejandro Tefel and Margaret Zelaya for the re-subdivision of lot 1 and 2 in Square 20, Marleyville, in the 6th Municipal District, bounded by Forest State Street, Audubon Street, Broadway Street, and Olive Street. The municipal addresses are 3324 through 3326 Audubon Street and 3323 through 3327 Broadway Street. The applicant proposes to reconfigure the two existing lots, lot 1 and 2, into 6 new lots, lots Z1, Z2, Z3, Z4, Z5, and Z6. The existing 2 lots are undeveloped. The applicant is proposing to construct 6 single-family residences, one to be located on each lot. and the site is located in an HUMU Historic Urban Mixed Use District. This request is also being reviewed against Article 5, Section 5.5.2, sidelines, as it would create an L-shaped lot with a dogleg extension that exceeds 15% of the lot. So Lot Z4 would have a dogleg of about 39% or 748 square feet of the proposed lot. The current subdivision regulations require sidelines to be parallel to the front lines and thus prohibiting dogleg extensions found in L-shaped lots. So the staff has established a rule whereby it can support L-shaped lots that generally do not exceed 15% of the proposed lot. So the commission itself has indicated that 15% does not give property owners sufficient ability to expand their properties and has often approved their applications. So therefore, staff recommends in the draft subdivision regulations that a lot may be eligible for administrative approval if the L-shaped, T-shaped, or dogleg extension does not exceed more than 40% of the main portion of the lot. So staff is supportive of this request, as the proposal of a 39% extension is within the 40% threshold. This request would also result in deficient lot width of proposed lot Z3 under the requirements of Article 12, Section 12.3.8.1, bulk and yard regulations. Staff recommends a proviso on page 7 of the report for the applicant to bring the deficient lot width into compliance. And this proposal is also consistent with the master plan. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of subdivision 124-21 with final approval subject to 5 provisos.
Thank you. Is there an applicant or an applicant's representative on the call? No? Are there any questions of
Yes,
staff?
I'm present.
Hello, if you could just state your name and address.
Alejandro Tefel, 516 Betts Place, Metairie, Louisiana, 7005.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
I want to thank the City Planning Commission for putting all of this together and reviewing. And I appreciate the staff recommendation. And I read all the guidelines and the recommendations that they have. We're going to comply with it, and we're going to submit everything that is required.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from the commission for the applicant or for staff? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next zoning docket, which is subdivision docket 125-21. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Subdivision docket 125-21 is a request by Loyal Ventures LLC to re-subdivide one existing lot, Lot G3, into 2 new lots of record, lots G3A and G3B, located in the Holly Cross neighborhood in the lower 9th ward in a large HURD2 historic urban 2-family residential district. The proposal would create 2 new lots for the development of single or 2-family dwellings on each lot. The site is vacant, covered with concrete paving and lined ground cover, and it has been reviewed by Policy B in accordance with Article 3, Section 3.2 subdivision regulations. Staff has found that the proposal meets criterion B, while it is doubtful if it meets criteria A and C. Yet, the subdivision meets the aforementioned criterion of Policy B in that the proposed subdivision will result in the creation of 2 lots with compliant lot widths that are appropriate for the neighborhood context and allow for the construction of single or 2-family dwellings that would help meet the city's goals of providing more housing. Therefore, the staff finds the request approvable. Additionally, the proposed development intent of the subdivision for 2-family dwellings is explicitly referenced in the plan for the 21st century's residential low-density pre-war future land use designation and does meet most of the bulking yard standards of the MU2 district. These factors would allow the development as sought and can be deemed as consistent with the plan for the 21st century and CZO.
Am I the only person having trouble hearing, Joseph?
It's cutting in and out a little bit.
Yeah.
Joseph, just try to speak a little louder and closer to your mic, if you would.
All right. However, the lot area deficiency as a new deficient lot condition requires the subdivision to be considered by the commission. Should it be approved, the applicant would need to also seek a variance of the lot area requirement from the Board of Zoning Adjustments. For the above stated reasons, the staff recommends tentative approval of subdivision docket 12521, with final approval subject to 5 provisos.
Thank you, Joseph. Is there an applicant or an applicant representative on the call?
Yes, there is. My name
Ms.
is
Brumfield, can you just state your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Annette Brumfield, 44125 Yidris Street in Sorrento, 70778. I am the representative for Loyal Ventures. And the reason we wanted to kind of re-subdivide this is there's a property right in front that's a new construction, 5400 North Rampart, that has a lot size of 3160. So that's basically our size is 61 by 69. So it's basically splitting it to kind of conform with that particular structure. And a lot of the new construction in the area, of course, as he mentioned, a lot of the designs and structures are similar to 2-family home dwellings. So basically maximizing the space, but also, as he stated, creating additional living space for by creating 2 lots versus that one. Several other properties in the area. I know it says it's a non-conforming lot. So basically it will be going from the 61 into those 2 30 by 69s, which is similar to that new construction that's right next door. So that's basically what the plan was. And the construction will be similar to the designs in the area.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant or for staff? Hearing none. Thank you, Ms. Brumfield. We'll move on to the next zoning subdivision docket 127.
This is a major subdivision to re-subdivide lots A, B, and D into lots B1 through B12, A13 through A20, D12 through D32, and lots A33 through A41. The municipal addresses are 1200 Opelousas Avenue, 1101 Eliza Street, and 1275 Eliza Street. The proposal considers an application to subdivide 3 existing lots into 36 single-family size lots and an additional 5 larger lots that will be reserved for future development. The subject lot exists in Algiers Point, right on the border of the HDLC Historic District along Opelousas Avenue, and encompasses the majority of the subject square in the HUMU Historic Urban Neighborhood Mixed-Use District. The proposed single-family lots will all front along either Atlantic Avenue or Thayer Street with uniform rectangular shapes that conform to the CZO minimum requirements for single-family development. Proposed lots A13, A20, A41, A33, and A40 will be larger in size with total lot areas ranging between 7,200 square feet in area to 141,865 square feet in area. These larger 5 lots will be reserved for future development, and the applicants have not stated any specific plans for these lots. As the proposal creates 41 compliant lots, 36 of which are proposed for individual residential development, staff is supportive of the major re-subdivision. Therefore, staff recommends tentative approval subject to 1 waiver and 5 provisos.
Thank you. Is there an applicant or an applicant representative on the call?
Yes, hi. My name is Natalie Giliso, 2016 Aretha Castle Haley Boulevard.
Thanks. You have 2 minutes.
All right. Good afternoon, commissioners. I want to thank you for your time here today and appreciate the opportunity to present this case to y'all. We are requesting major subdivision of 1200 Opelousas Ave in the Algiers neighborhood. The location sits adjacent to historic housing on east and west faces, a residential subdivision to the north, and heavy commercial uses on the south side. For decades, this parcel has sat vacant, and though it has seen many attempts for development, nothing has materialized. Today, our goal is to bring development that is appropriate to the neighborhood within the existing context. Our proposal is to create 36 residential lots that would be suitable for single and 2-family homes, and 5 larger lots for future development. We've had extensive community outreach with over 100 participants engaged during our first virtual meeting. The owners and developers have been invested throughout the design engagement process. We've responded accordingly to this feedback that we have received. The proposal you see here today fits within the CZO master plan and incorporates the many conversations we have had with community stakeholders. Per the recommendation of City Planning Commission staff, we feel the tentative approval of the proposed subdivision with the 5 provisos and 1 waiver is suitable, and we thank you for your review. And I'm here to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant or for staff?
This is
Commissioner Lund,
Commissioner
question for staff?
I had a question as well.
Commissioner Lund, you can go ahead.
Okay.
And then Commissioner
It's
Witry.
for staff, if this were approved today, subject to the provisos and the waiver, would it have the same 1-year deadline in order to deadline or require reauthorization?
Yeah, it would. There's a requirement for any major subdivision that it secure final approval within a year of the tentative date, and the action today is the tentative action step.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Witry, do you have a question?
I was just curious, we approved already, I thought, an application on this a year or 2 ago. Is that correct? That must have been a different application.
So this same, like within the same parcel, so different, they came in and I think I just had like an administrative one where they've changed some of the lots. And so now this is a larger one to like split up more of those into more individual lots. So this same area has come through multiple subdivision requests.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Are there any other questions? And then we'll move on to the next subdivision. Oh no, this is property disposition 00421.
Property disposition 00421 is a request by the city for the disposition of a movable property consisting of a dead-end portion of Brutus Street located in the 3rd Municipal District. An adjacent lot bears the municipal address of 6809 Brutus Street. The right-of-way to be sold is 25 feet wide and 62 feet long for a total area of 1,550 square feet. The church that owns the property on both sides on that end of Brutus Street would like to acquire this land area to expand its parking lot. The area contains sewage and water lines underground, a power pole, and overhead power lines. All lots that have frontage on the portion of the right-of-way also have access through other rights-of-way on Schuffminter Highway or America Street. No agency of the city has indicated a need for the property. The property disposition is consistent with the criteria for approval as provided in the administrative rules, policies, and procedures of the City Planning Commission, and the property disposition would not impact private property owners' access to their lots, while it would eliminate the need for city maintenance on this portion of the right-of-way. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of property disposition 00421, subject to 2 provisos.
Thank you. Is there anyone here on behalf of the city in regards to this property disposition? No. Are there any comments or questions of staff in the commission? No. Okay. Well, next up is the capital improvement plan.
Yeah, so today we're going to be presenting to you guys the 2022 to 2026 capital improvement plan. And so within that, we also have, again, this year, another amendment. So this amendment is just, we don't need to act on it. It's just to act as a public hearing for 8 projects that did not receive public hearings during our public hearing portion this year between June and July of this year. So section 6-104 of the city code requires all capital requests by any agency, board, commission, or council to present to us any of their capital improvement or any capital funding requests. So these 8 projects didn't come through the public hearing process. So now we're treating this as a public hearing portion for those projects. At least one of those projects, which is a Parks and Parkway project, the West Bank Soccer Complex, did come to us in previous years, but because we haven't seen it recently in the last couple of CIPs, it's also being presented to you in this list of projects. So it's a total of 9 projects. They're included all within the amendment, but we also include them within the full capital improvement plan. And so our main purpose of the capital improvement plan is to go through and make sure that they're consistent with the master plan and that they are meeting, that they're consistent with the master plan and that they may meet zoning entitlements. So we do that in the actual full capital plan, but these 9 items are before you to see them as an actual public hearing. Yeah, and so in conclusion, we don't need to act on any of these. They're just here so that we can meet the section 6-104 of the city code to give these a public hearing.
Excellent, thank you. So we'll just wait for public comment during the public comment portion.
Yeah,
right?
it'll come back to that, yeah.
Okay. We can go to the capital improvements plan, the 2022-26.
So yeah, we'll go ahead and start the presentation then for the full capital improvement plan. So we're pleased to give you a brief presentation summarizing the capital improvement plan for 2022 to 2026 and including the process and responsibilities of the City Planning Commission as outlined by charter. The Capital Improvement Plan, CIP, is a 5-year program for expenditures by the City of New Orleans for permanent physical improvements to the city. In this presentation, we will provide a summary of expected revenues and recommended capital expenditures, and we will conclude with recommendations related to future capital priorities. And as a quick note, there are slight differences in the total amount of requested funding and expenditures from the report that we released last Tuesday and the presentation today, as staff found minor miscalculations that have been fixed. We ask as a part of the recommendation that staff be allowed to make any additional minor edits or typos found throughout the report before transmitting to the mayor on October 15th. The process for the CIP development begins with the Capital Projects Administration assisting city agencies in helping to identify capital needs and project scopes. The agencies then send capital project requests to the CPC, and then the CPC staff holds public hearings with each individual agency. This occurred between June 23rd and July 8th of this year. One of the main responsibilities of the CPC is to certify that approved projects are consistent with the master plan for the City of New Orleans, which can be found in the individual project requests in the report. If we can go to the next slide. The overview of the funding sources for the 2022 to 2026 CIP depict a total of approximately $418 million in funding. These funding projections represent a mix of FEMA reimbursements, state capital outlay funds, miscellaneous capital funds, and self-generated funds. Projects that have already received funding in past years are listed as ongoing projects in Appendix 1 and 2. For this year, there are no additional general obligation funds available to be programmed for 2022 to 2026. $285,000 is the majority of the capital funding from 2022 to 2026, which is from FEMA reimbursements totaling approximately $285 million. Other funding sources include approximately $2.3 million in state capital outlay funds, another $500,000 in miscellaneous capital funds, and approximately $130 million in self-generated funds. Next slide. And so just to go over briefly, last year we allocated over $370 million in general obligation bonds. So in 2019, there was a bond referendum and voters approved $500 million of general obligation bonds to be issued. In August of this year, the city finally sold some of those bond funds. So $374 million in bond funds were sold in August 2021. So some of that money is going to be what was approved last year. So we don't have any new bonds to actually recommend for this year. Next slide. This slide gives an overview of expenditures by program type, which are program types that the City Planning Commission has used for capital improvement planning in the past. We will briefly touch on each of these on the following slides. The next slide. Capital funding for streets includes approximately $285 million in FEMA reimbursements. All of this funding goes through the Department of Public Works and will fund the continuation of Roadwork NOLA. Roadwork NOLA, or the Recovery Roads Program, is a comprehensive capital program to restore damaged streets and infrastructure citywide. Road repair and reconstruction projects have been based on the comprehensive street evaluation that was completed in 2016. the Department of Public Works is still working to fund down these funds, and they're projecting to continue into 2022. Next slide. The second largest category for this year's capital improvement plan is for the Louis Armstrong International Airport at approximately $125 million. Now that the new terminal is complete and operational, the remainder of the funds are dedicated to taxiway rehabilitation. A few minor upgrades are also stated for the new terminal, including accommodating COVID-19 safety measures. This funding comes from general airport revenue bonds, user fees, and federal and state grants. It's important to note that these funds do not come from the city's general obligation bonds. Next slide. No new expenditures are projected in 2022 for public safety facilities. However, the 2021 CIP recommended over $31 million in projects for public safety facilities within the 2021 bonds. Additionally, many projects are currently under construction, such as the new criminal evidence lab for NOPD located at 2761 Gravier Street. Next slide. The next program category is for libraries and museums. While no funding is allocated this year for libraries and museums, funding was allocated last year for this program grouping. In addition, several years prior, the CIP recommended ADA funds to renovate the Nix Library on North Carrollton to create an ADA accessible lift and renovate public restrooms to come into ADA compliance. This project is now under construction and nearing completion. Next slide. Capital funding for Parks and Recreation includes approximately $1,360,900 from state capital outlay funds. These funds will go towards funding the West Bank Soccer Complex project, as well as the Joseph Bartholomew Golf Course shelters. Additional state capital outlay funding will also go to fund various upgrades and facility improvements throughout NORD's various facilities. Next slide. The category of other public facilities includes the allocation of approximately $6.9 million. The majority of these funds come from the French Market Corporation and are slated for repairs for major buildings within the French Market and Upper Pontabla building. Staff recommends allocation of the annual revenue from miscellaneous capital funds in the amount of $500,000 to the Department of Property Management for citywide emergency building repairs. An additional $1 million in state capital outlay funds will go to fund renovations to the old VA building to begin accommodating city operations and city staff. Next slide. We will wrap up this presentation with some final thoughts on the city's future capital needs. As last year's proposal recommended over $270 million in bond funds, many of those projects will begin to see funding allocation in 2022 or beyond with the recent bond sale. As this year does not recommend any additional bond funding, staff has revisited a list of priorities. Despite these investments, which have been substantial, the capital funding requests received for the 2022 to 2026 period highlight a sustained need for reinvestment in the city's infrastructure. These two charts show the city's needs for non-street related expenses. Recognizing that the city may have the capacity to issue more general obligation bonds in the next coming years to finance capital projects, the staff has identified several priority areas to consider as potential capital improvement investments in future years if bonds were to become available. This list highlights major or common needs presented by requesting departments and identified by staff through the CIP process. Next slide. The city and the Sewage and Water Board are continuing to invest FEMA reimbursements to fund streets and stormwater management. The Recovery Roads program has funded repairs citywide, and the city is starting to make the switch to greener infrastructure. Pervious paving and bioswales are becoming part of the regular street infrastructure throughout neighborhoods. Funding should continue to be prioritized for the implementation of green infrastructure projects and stormwater management features, including the Gentilly Resilience District, which is still in its planning phases, but continued community meetings are making progress moving these projects forward. Next slide. Many of the city's public safety facilities are in need of upgrades due to their age and history of deferred maintenance. While the 2021 to 2025 CIP recommended approximately $31 million in general obligation bonds for public safety facilities, Many facilities are still in need of repair. The police department continues to request funding for a new police headquarters, in addition to NOFD requesting various station repairs or replacement. Deferred repairs impact both the quality of life and the productivity of public safety administrative personnel. Next slide. In the past few years, a number of projects have been submitted during the CIP process that have received partial funding for design work or have additional funding from grants or donations. The New Orleans Municipal Traffic Court has submitted a funding request to help match grant funding for a new community court. The New Orleans Building Corporation continues to request matching funds for Union Passenger Terminal to make upgrades to the current rail and bus facilities, which will receive funding from Amtrak and through a State of Good Repair grant. Prioritizing these types of projects, which are already partially funded, can help further the reach of bond funds. Next slide. The staff believes the city should prioritize the development of an asset management system and consolidate city facilities where possible. The Office of Information Technology Innovation submitted a capital request for a comprehensive asset management system and work order system. The implementation of an asset management system is critical to future capital planning and should be a high prioritization. Last year's report did recommend some bond funding to start funding this project, which will be used by property management to track city facilities and all movable and non-movable equipment. Once a comprehensive inventory of city assets is completed, the city should take a critical look at its assets and identify where it can consolidate facilities to reduce operation expenses. The city has recently acquired several facilities in centralized locations. With investment, these facilities could provide much of the warehousing, storage space, and increased office space requested by many of the agencies in this year's CIP requests. This year, we started to see the continuation of some departments coming together to create requests. NOSEP and EMS both requested a warehouse that they will share and therefore bring together some of their warehousing and storage needs. Next slide. Finally, staff recommends working with the current administration to develop housing priorities. Last year's plan recommended $15 million to fund 9 sites throughout the city for affordable housing. Some of these projects have started to come through the City Planning Commission for recommendations on zoning and design entitlements. Next slide. This final slide gives the timeline for adoption and presentation of the capital improvement plan and concludes our presentation. Following the adoption of the plan by the commission, the capital improvement plan will be presented to the mayor on October 15th, 2021. The mayor will then present the executive capital budget to city council. Then the city council will adopt a 2022 capital budget ordinance by December 1st of this year. That concludes my portion of this presentation. We also have Vincent Smith from Capital Projects on the phone as a representative to give any more questions if you have any specific stuff on the bond funding.
Thank you, Aspen. Are there any questions from the commission?
I have one for Mr. Vincent. It's the same question I usually have. Is he on the line?
Yes.
Hi, Vince. How are we doing with spending down the 2.3 billion? Are we in line to hit that when it's expires?
Yeah. You know, of course, we've all been impacted by COVID, and you know, not only well, in the construction market, materials, you know, we're being challenged just like everyone else is, but you know, Public Works is continuing to advance projects. They are continuing to pursue, you know, the spend down of the FEMA funding to meet the 2023, you know, FEMA deadline requirement. So, you know, in spite of the obstacles, Public Works still is aggressively pursuing the spend down of that money.
Is the timeline expected to be met, or is there an expectation that there will be a need for some sort of application for extension?
I have not heard at this point that the timeline will not be met. So that, yeah, you know, that's, I haven't heard that at this point that it can't. So, I'm going to say once again at this point, they're aggressively pursuing spending down the money, and that's evident as you drive around the city and see all of the construction that is going on.
Certainly it is. It certainly does seem to have momentum now. It did not for a while, which is why, that's why I always ask this question year in and year out.
Yeah.
So I do want to know, just looking at adding up some of the numbers from the roadwork NOLA, what is the percentage of completion and the drawdown?
Commissioner, I'll have to get you that information. I don't have that off the top of my head, but we certainly can get it to planning so that they can not only distribute it to you guys, but publish it as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? If not, thank you, Aspen and Vincent. We're now going to the deferred docket items. Stephen, I don't know if you want to address those.
Yeah, so we've got a sort of a bucket of items that we're recommending deferral to two separate meetings. We are recommending that zoning docket 7821 through 8221 and 8421 through 8921 be deferred till the October 26th meeting. And we're recommending that zoning dockets 9421 through 121 and the subdivision regulations be deferred to the November 9th meeting.
Great. Thank you. That's it for our zoning dockets for the day. We'll be doing a 30-minute recess. As a reminder, you'll have 30 minutes to get your comment cards in. And then we'll also be enacting the 1-minute rule pending the number of comments. So is there a motion, or can I have a motion for a 30-minute recess?
Not Councilmember, Commissioner, I will move to have a recess for 30 minutes so that we may receive public comments, and to resume this meeting at 3:37.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Alexander seconds.
Thank you, Commissioner Alexander. So I'll call for recess. Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Flick? Yes. Commissioner Lunn?
Yes.
Commissioner Mobley?
Yes.
Commissioner Stieg?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yes.
Commissioner Weidberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Witry?
Yes.
Great. We'll see you all at 3:37. I'm doing roll call. Can you hear me?
Yes.
There we go. Thanks. Commissioner Alexander.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown.
Present.
Commissioner Flick, present. Commissioner Lunn.
Present.
Commissioner Mobley. Commissioner Stieg.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Stewart.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Weidberg.
Present.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wittry. I think she stepped off. We can begin. I think, did we receive comments?
We're still waiting on a public comments to come in.
I see. Okay, so we'll wait to begin.
Yeah, commissioners, it's going to be several minutes, given the volume of comments and the amount of kind of formatting that needs to be done. So I would estimate it'll be another 10 minutes.
Okay. Council, is there anything we need to do to pause, or we can just hold out for 10 minutes?
We can hold out for 10 minutes, or we can recess for 10 minutes, whatever the pleasure of the board is.
Okay, so Commissioner Lunn, I move that we recess for 10 minutes to allow for finalizing of public comments and publishing those, sending those out to us.
Can I have a second?
Commissioner Alexander will second the motion.
Thanks. I'll just call for a recess of just 10 more minutes while staff combines and compiles the comments. Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Flick, yes. Commissioner Lunn?
Yes.
Commissioner Stieg?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yes.
Commissioner Weidberg?
Yes.
Thank you. So we'll just reconvene in 10 minutes after they have a chance to compile the comments. It looks like we're still waiting for the comments, so we'll just sit tight until we get those. Stephen, are we ready to go?
We are. I just sent it to you, so it should be in your inbox. The items that we have received more than 20 comments for are zoning docket 7121, which is OJC, and zoning docket 7521, which is the Protect Treme ICD. I believe we received fewer than 20 comments for all other items, but I'll recheck as the meeting goes on.
Okay, great. I will call the meeting to order again. First, we'll do a roll call. Commissioner Alexander?
Present.
Commissioner Brown?
Present.
Commissioner Flick, present. Commissioner Lunn? Commissioner Mobley?
Present.
Commissioner Stieg?
Here.
Commissioner Stewart?
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Weidberg?
Present.
Commissioner Wittry? I think she jumped off. Okay, so as a reminder, at the beginning of the meeting, we initiated special rules. So any docket that had more than 20 comments during the comment period, we would be limiting those comments to 1 minute for proponents and for opponents. And that's what Stephen just referenced. So we'll start with zoning docket 7121.
One moment, y'all. I'm just queuing everything up. The first comment is from Ryan Marcinek, 2716 Bruxelles Street, New Orleans, Louisiana 70119. Ryan is not a paid representative and is in opposition of this application. The construction of the jail facility is unnecessary and unsupportive of people who need comprehensive mental health services. The second comment is from Genevieve Jones, 3524 Palmyra Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119. Genevieve is not a paid representative and is also in opposition of this application. Increased incarceration does not represent New Orleans' values. It is a cruel, reactionary, and financially infeasible endeavor to build yet another jail. The city's citizens deserve better. The next comment is from Devetta Ross, 10336 Brookfield Drive, New Orleans, 70127. Devetta is not a paid representative and is in opposition of this application. I'm against the Phase 3 project. I think the money and energy could be better spent funding mental health workers to assist with calls about family mental health issues. Next comment is from Kate Selker, 2428 St. Philip Street. Kate is not a paid representative and is in opposition. My name is Kate Selker and I'm a resident of Treme. I firmly oppose the construction of a Phase 3 psychiatric facility because people with mental illness need treatment, not incarceration. Nobody heals in a cell, and people are routinely subjected to more trauma in jails, which can exacerbate mental illness. We need money to go to community-based healing and support programs, not cages. Next comment is from Maureen Hastad, 2713 Soniat Street, New Orleans, 70116. Maureen is not a paid representative and is in opposition. Hello, my name is Maureen Hastad, and I'm a resident of Uptown New Orleans. I firmly oppose the construction of a Phase 3 psychiatric facility because people with severe mental illness are over criminalized throughout the country, particularly in New Orleans. We need to focus on rehabilitation, not criminalization. If we put the money towards community-based programs rather than building a new facility, both those who are in need of help and the taxpayers of New Orleans will benefit. Next comment is from Carolyn Scheck-Snyder, 4642 Schindler Drive, New Orleans. Carolyn is not a paid representative and is in opposition. Thank you for your consideration. In opposition of the Phase 3 psychiatric jail expansion, let's not use the power of suggestion by anticipating increased crime. Continue to clean it up. Thus, no need for the space that must be used for those in mental need of it. With much respect, oppositions, Carolyn Scheck-Snyder. Next comment is from Jay Nablock, 1340 Colorado Street, Unit B, New Orleans, 70116. Jay is not a paid representative and is in opposition. Do not expand the Orleans Justice Center. Next comment is from Rachel Gessert, 908 Poland Avenue, New Orleans, 70117. Rachel is not a paid representative and is in opposition. As a resident of New Orleans, I firmly believe that the last thing this city needs is a larger jail. I'm strongly opposed to the Phase 3 expansion of the New Orleans Justice Center. People with severe mental illness do not belong in jail. Incarceration is traumatizing and deeply harmful for any individual's mental health. We must invest in community-based mental health treatment outside of the jail because jails do not make anyone healthier. If we want a stronger, healthier, and safer New Orleans, we should be spending our tax dollars and our time on solutions that invest in our people rather than locking them up. Make the better choice for New Orleans and reject the Phase 3 expansion. Next comment is from Rebecca Chapman, 3310 Dauphine Street. Rebecca is not a paid representative and is in opposition. Hello, my name is Becca Chapman and I'm a resident of the Bywater. I firmly oppose the construction of a Phase 3 psychiatric facility because mental illnesses are already over criminalized. The funds that will go to building that facility can instead go into community resources for mental illness as well as proactive care. Thank you for your time. Next comment from David Brazil, 3016 Bell Street, New Orleans, 70119. David is not a paid representative and is in opposition. Hello, my name is David Brazil and I'm a resident of New Orleans City Council District B. I'm writing to request that the Planning Commission approve the retrofit alternative to the proposed Phase 3 psychiatric jail construction. The retrofit will save the city an estimated $184 million in construction, maintenance, and staffing costs over 35 years and provide a constitutional alternative to the jail expansion. Since the city is facing a projected loss of $137 million in sales tax revenue, but simply cannot afford a new jail. please stand with New Orleans taxpayers and approve the retrofit proposal. Next comment is from Rosa Stern Pate, 2011 General Pershing Street in New Orleans. Rosa is not a paid representative and is in opposition. As a conscientious citizen who cares deeply about the well-being of the city, I stand firmly against the proposed expansion of the Phase 3 psychiatric facility and any new construction that could increase the incarcerated population in New Orleans. Research shows that non-carceral mental health care is paramount to improving the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors. I urge the City Planning Commission to join New Orleanians on the right side of history by choosing against punishing those who most need compassion. Oops. The next comment is from Elizabeth Shin, 2833 St. Charles Avenue, number 36, New Orleans. Elizabeth is not a paid representative and is in opposition. I strongly oppose Phase 3 addition to the Orleans Justice Center. Phase 3 is not compliant with the CZO and the standing conditional use. Moreover, it is not the right solution for those experiencing mental health needs who are historically and severely over-criminalized. Next comment, oh, wait, that wasn't the rest of that. Phase 3 is not compliant with the CZO and the standing conditional use permit for the following reasons. In ordinance number 28,300, references to Phase 3 have been removed to allow more leeway for an alternative plan. Additionally, the CZO states that the revocation of a conditional use is warranted when any of the provisions in this ordinance or any of the terms and conditions of the conditional use approval are violated. This conditional use was violated when the temporary detention center became permanent. Conditional uses are only granted if the proposed use is not materially detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare, or results in material damage or prejudice to the other people, to the other property in the vicinity. Phase 3 perpetuates incarceration, which is detrimental to the public health of people in need of mental health care.
Valerie, that's 1 minute.
Okay, next one. From Clark Bucko, 2216 Governor Nichols Street in New Orleans. Clark is not a paid representative and is in opposition. Hello, my name is Clark Bucko and I'm a resident of the 6th Ward. I firmly oppose the construction of a Phase 3 psychiatric facility because we need more healthcare, housing, and jobs to support our residents' mental health, not more prisons. Thank you for your consideration. People with severe mental illness, is this the same comment? Okay. People with severe mental illness are over-criminalized throughout the country, particularly in New Orleans. The city is in dire need of community-based mental health services outside of the jail system to serve and care for the New Orleanians who find themselves at the intersection of mental illness and the criminal legal system. The National Alliance on Mental Illness says, once in jail, many individuals with mental illness don't receive the treatment they need and end up getting worse, not better. They stay longer than their counterparts without mental illness. They're at risk of victimization, and often their mental health conditions get worse. Criminalizing mental illness fills jails with people in need of care rather than imprisonment. People in need of help are
Valerie,
dehumanized.
it's time.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. Oops. Next comment is from Chloe Dewberry, 1906 French Street in New Orleans. Chloe is not a paid representative and is in opposition. I firmly oppose the construction of a Phase 3 psychiatric jail because our city cannot afford to build an unnecessary expensive jail. As our city continues to recover from the impact of Hurricane Ida and suffer through the global pandemic's impact, the last thing our community needs is almost $150 million of our tax dollars wasted on an unnecessary jail when those funds could instead be used to build crucial infrastructure, support affordable housing, social services, and so many other core structures that our community members need right now. Incarceration via building more cages to hold community members captive is never the answer. I instead support the proposed alternative retrofit solution for the sake of the surrounding neighborhood and Orleans Parish as a whole. The less expensive alternative plan to retrofit the existing jail building offers the opportunity for a continuum of care outside of jails while saving our city money. No Phase 3 jail. Next comment is from John Wool, 2071 County Highway 39 from Worcester, New York. John is not a paid representative and is in opposition. There are many serious reasons the proposal to build and operate a new additional mental health jail is in conflict with the city's master plan and otherwise will be harmful to the people of New Orleans. One that gets little attention is that the proposal subverts the planning process. 10 years ago, after a year-long planning process, the city council rejected the sheriff's proposal to build a multi-building jail. It granted a conditional use for a new city jail limited to one building of 1,438 beds and requiring it to accommodate any type of prisoner, and that the facility is able to provide a variety of programming aimed at reducing recidivism, including but not limited to medical care, etc. The sole exception was for inmates that require acute mental health treatment. This exception was to ensure that the jail is not used as a purported psychiatric hospital and that persons with serious mental illness receive care in non-jail facilities. The Phase 3 proposal is the culmination of the 10-year effort to undermine the deliberate and lawful process and its results. It seeks to continue, indeed expand, the incarceration of people with serious. All right. Next comment from Aiden Morse, 3010 Tulu Street, New Orleans, 70119. Aiden is not a paid rep and is in opposition. Hello, my name is Aiden Morris, and I'm a resident of Mid-City. I firmly oppose the construction of a Phase 3 psychiatric facility because people with severe mental illness are over-criminalized throughout the country, particularly in New Orleans. The city can't afford to build another jail, and following previous demands from New Orleans residents and business leaders, mental health experts, and city officials, the city of New Orleans suspended the programming, design, and construction of a new Phase 3 jail facility and filed to request a modification of prior court orders in early 2020. Thank you for your consideration. Next comment is from Sadie Dumas, 124 South Telemaco Street, Apartment C in New Orleans. Sadie is not a paid representative and is in opposition. I'm Sadie Dumas, a native New Orleanian District B resident and the Orleans Parish Prison Reform Coalition Executive Director. I write to urge you to recommend against the construction of the Phase 3 psychiatric jail. Like any other land use matter, this is important in contributing or hurting our community's fabric. When I ponder on what I desire to see of more in my community, I think of things like affordable housing, schools, and diverse businesses. But there are some cases when I know that the proposal is dangerous and harmful for the community. This includes liquor stores and jail complexes. Bigger jails are a sign of a community in demise, not a thriving. Do we want to waste real estate on another facility to cage people, especially people with severe mental illness? I ask that you support your neighbors in opposing this proposal. In 2020, medical professionals, community advocates, and city government officials joined together to support an alternative jail retrofit plan that will provide constitutional care for those with severe mental illness and pave the way for care to be provided in the community and outside of the carceral system entirely. The city of New Orleans is now standing up for New Orleanians by appealing the ruling from John Gelas Afric in which he unlawfully ruled for the city. Okay. Next comment is from Norris Henderson, 4930 Washington Avenue in New Orleans. Norris is not a paid rep and is in opposition. I write in opposition to the Phase 3 expansion of OPP. Our city needs first and foremost a prison that provides work programs, paths to reentry, and adequate health care. We do not need an expansion of any kind under any guise. Next comment is from Pam Knott, 1744 North Rushablaze Street in New Orleans. Pam is not a paid rep and is in opposition. I am very concerned about the chronic effect to reverse the cap that New Orleans residents clearly asked to be put on our number of jail beds. Can we ever put this issue to rest? Why must we submit comment after comment after comment year after year saying we want to limit our jail beds? No Phase 3 of the jail should be built. Next comment is from Katie Hemingway, 2337 Conti Street in New Orleans. Katie is not a paid rep and is in opposition. Strongly oppose Phase 3. We do not need a psychiatric jail. Next comment from Riley Rubin.
Sorry, Valerie, I think that was 20 comments. Are there any comments for zoning docket 7120?
Can anybody hear me? This is Vince Smith with Capital Projects.
I'm sorry. Oh, yes, Vincent.
If I could speak, I wanted to just, say a couple of things on behalf of the city, if this is the appropriate time.
No,
Not-
this is not the right time.
Okay.
We'll wait until the, after we go through the comments.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks. But I think there's one on page
14.
There's one on page 21.
Thank you.
There's one on page 9.
And I see Bob Morell. I don't know what page it is.
That's page 9.
Okay.
Page 9 at the bottom.
Okay. Bob Morell, 6334 Canal Boulevard, is not a paid rep and is in support. The retrofit presentation given to City Council was incredibly informative, practical, and saves the city money. Moreover, the retrofit is designed to utilize the flexibility of the pods at OJC to increase safety for both the incarcerated and the staff.
So actually that is in opposition to this proposal because he's in support of the retrofit.
Right, and I see one other on page 14. Robert Jones. Oh, it's the same.
It's mentioning the retrofit as well. Would you like me to read it?
I think that's fine. No, it's okay.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so we have no comments in support of the application.
I think that's what Mr. Smith was trying to do, is make a comment in support as on behalf of the city.
Right, and so could he just do that as the rebuttal portion representing the city?
We had someone here, so
It was Miss
Stephanie
Norris.
If she would like to give her time to him, that's fine. But if not, he would just do a regular public comment.
I'm happy to give my time to him.
Thank you, Miss Norris. Vincent, you there?
Yes, I am. I'm just turning my camera on. Oh,
great.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry for jumping the agenda. First of all, thanks for the opportunity, and I want to thank you guys for the opportunity. For this being an opportunity for the public to express their thoughts and opinions on the project as well. I am speaking on behalf of the city, so that I wanted to say a couple of things. First of all, the city is under a federal court order to build a new 89-bed facility. This administration has advanced several alternatives for a new facility, some of which have been mentioned. And all of those recommendations were rejected by the courts. With that being said, and I'm speaking to the variance that is being discussed, the open space variance in particular. I would ask that as you are considering that, you would just remember that and take into consideration that, the architect has designed the building in such a way that does so that the facility is supported with open space. They don't quite meet the requirement, but they have demonstrated the opportunity to try to include that amenity in the building. Somebody mentioned that, or I guess in the introduction, it was noted that the all-in cost of the building is $51 million. 36 million is FEMA funding, and the city anticipated fully funding this building with FEMA funds. The rejection of the variance could result in a reconfiguration of the building that would further extend the city's burden to meet the federal obligation. And once again, we're being ordered to construct the building. My architect did mention to me that if the TDC was demolished, then that would in fact create the additional space to meet the requirement. You guys, if you're familiar with the jail, you're familiar with TDC, the Temporary Detention Center, which was used before their new facility was built and which is currently being used. The city spent $6.5 million in a build out to create a temporary mental and medical services space for the sheriff. Since its classification is temporary with FEMA, we got an extension on the mandate because of that classification to demolish those buildings. So since they are classified as temporary buildings, whatever happens with, where we are right now, when a permanent space is developed, then TDC would have to be demolished. So, there will be opportunities to create additional open space. And, once again, I'm speaking to your consideration of the variance. And that's it.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. I'm having a little bit of a delay. Are we supposed to, I forget what we're supposed to do next.
I have a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Brown.
If Mr. Smith is still on the line, I don't know if it's okay for me to ask him a question.
I'm here, Commissioner.
Okay, yeah. So you're saying the demo of the TZC would obviate the need for the variance. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so that shortfall in funding might be limited to what it is currently, and operating expenses, of course, would remain the same. So the court order, it seemed to me that the judge took a dim view of any other solutions here other than what was agreed to by the city a few years ago to construct phase 3. But I'm imagining that discussions around the data on the ground, when the council and the commission take up this retrofit idea, will include, the average daily population, violent criminals incarcerated, whether or not the sheriff would be forced to release some dangerous criminals, and if in fact there are not enough rooms. So I'm assuming that's part of the discussion, but I'm not sure that's even relevant considering the court order. Do you know anything about that?
That data is included in the analysis of alternate spaces.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All righty.
Commissioner Lyons, I have a question. I guess it's for Mr. Smith. Are you able to address what is the action that the mayor's administration has taken in opposition to, I think, the federal judge's determination at this point?
Well, the city is continuing to explore options to get the courts to, allow another alternative to the new construction. But, the mayor's position has been demonstrated in the attempts that we've made to advance alternate solutions, alternate spaces. So, I think that, the mayor's office by action has, demonstrated their position on the building.
Which is that they do not support the construction of a new 89-bed facility for mental health.
Yeah, the mayor's, we submitted several alternative options to constructing a new building. With the hopes that they would be, one of them would be accepted.
Okay. And Tom, I'm not sure of the legal position in terms of what about the city council's proposal that they'll be considering by motion within the next month or so? Does that, in other words, our vote today is, I think I understand. We need to decide if there's impacts that just based on the land use considerations, and we don't know what will happen from a legal standpoint in terms of how the federal judges will continue to rule on this and if it can be challenged. That's just not something the Planning Commission is involved in. I think I understand that. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments or a motion?
I have a question for staff, and maybe I guess it's for staff or maybe for council. Can you delineate what are the things that are before us and what are the things that are not? We heard a lot of the public comment had to do with, is this a wise expenditure of money? Is this a good way to deal with incarcerated people? Is this a good way, does this address mental health issues or not? Which of those issues, if any, are before us? Try to find precisely the issue that we're being asked to consider as opposed to political and other issues that are beyond what we do, so that we can vote, so we can know exactly what we're voting on.
So I can start and then let the others chime in. The way we crafted our staff report was to take recognition of all those other issues that, while all of them have a great deal of legitimacy, they fall outside, in our perspective, they fall outside of the zoning ordinance. We looked at the typical land use issues that come up with a conditional use application where an existing use is being considered for expansion. What are the applicable bulk and area requirements? What are the permeability requirements? What are the setbacks? What are the potential impacts in terms of traffic, in terms of noise, in terms of impacts on the surrounding neighborhood? It is, and based on those items, those concerns, we made a recommendation for approval as being consistent with the existing approval, and not being a substantial change from a land use perspective. And again, recognizing that there are a tremendous number of very serious issues that have been raised that definitely merit a debate, and we'll get that debate with the city council, with the administration, with the courts. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does, right.
This is Commissioner Lyons. I understand what Bob just explained, and it's just, for me, it does come down to meaningful land use impact, including likelihood of impacting not just the quality of life of people around the facility, but in this case, the city in general. And when there's been, I understand, a decrease in the incarcerated population to in the written report from staff, one of the questions from the NPP meeting was there are 744 current incarcerated individuals in the facility, and that's down considerably from where it was when all of this discussion began. So why would we need to build a capacity of 1,485 when we've so reduced the population? So I feel like we will be creating a situation where it is advancing the notion that we have the capacity for to hold more criminals in place. While we're reducing our criminal population, we're going to increase our capacity for holding criminals right in the middle of the city. And I think that land use impact is seriously detrimental to the city, to the public safety, the welfare of the city. And so I do think it falls under a land use consideration not to approve this. And that would be my motion. And I would like to put forward a motion for to decline this application for conditional use based on those factors that I just brought up.
I would like to second that motion. While I appreciate the precision of the staff in the application of land use standards, the charge of this commission is to promote the public health, safety, and welfare of New Orleans community, not solely to look at what is allowable.
Thank you, Commissioner Mobley. I have a motion by Commissioner Lund to go against staff report for denial of zoning docket 7121 with a second by Commissioner Mobley. Is there discussion or comments?
I have a comment. I'm not sure how I fall on this either, but I agree that we have a narrow, not necessarily a very narrow view of this land use impact, and I certainly share the concerns of the issue of incarceration of those who have mental health conditions. But I believe that by prohibiting something through land use action that we are under a court order to do takes off the table our good faith effort to present alternatives to the court. So I'm leaning on the side of not supporting this motion for that reason, because I think this is a policy decision for the policymakers, the council and the administration within the court's limitations of the court that are kind of very much in our face right now, and I have to respect that. So I'm not sure I can support the motion, but I understand and fully appreciate all the concerns of everyone who wrote in.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Are there any other comments?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Stewart?
I have a question. As it relates to, we know that this has been mandated by court order that this facility is built. We've appreciate all the comments from the public. I guess my concern, just in reference to Commissioner Lund's statement, is that this is a sensitive topic as it relates to like zoning and land use. But I think it's almost one of those things as well. If it was an apartment building, and do we really think, hey, the occupancy is going to be full? I think we never really take that into consideration. I guess my concern is basically just evaluating this application on the premise of what it's used for, and then also taking in consideration, not to say that I'm a supportive of, high incarceration rates, but just the fact of giving the city something to put in a toolbox in the event that there is that typical need. Not saying that, hey, it's going to be at 100% occupancy, but just something to give the city something to put in their toolbox. And I'm just like Commissioner Brown. I don't think I can fully support the motion that's on the floor right now for that simple reason, because I think this is more of a delicate situation about land use, and I think the space itself, where it may not be needed with a court order, something that we know, and this is not our first time hearing this. I think we, as commissioners, may need to take action or support an alternative motion.
Commissioner Sieg,
No, I just,
any other comments? Any other comments? Or I'll call the question.
Can we repeat the motion that's on the table, please?
Sure. The motion is to go against staff report and deny the request for approval of the zoning docket, which is effectively the conditional land use, conditional use for the land use.
So, and if I might add to that, so the purpose, the reasoning behind this is, for me, is the interpretation of land use implications. The first, under purpose of CZO A, the primary purpose is for future, present and the future, to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the city. So rather than be restricted by what is happening in the political and the legal arena, I think if we just stick to our mandate, which is to promote land uses that promote the health, safety, and welfare of the city, just on that basis, we would not approve a conditional use. Conditional uses are supposed to improve the health, safety, and welfare of the city. This is not a conditional use that will improve our city's condition. It will be detrimental to us. So it is not incumbent upon us to approve it. The courts, the judges, politicians can be doing whatever they want. As land use commissioners, we have a basis on which to, within our rights, to not allow this conditional use on this piece of land. And that's my purpose for putting the motion forward.
And I would like to restate my reason for not supporting that, and that is that if we, through a land use action, prohibit what is being required of us by a federal court, that we agreed to comply with the consent agreement to address the problems of the humane conditions of the health, safety, and welfare of those incarcerated with mental health conditions. That is my reason, and that's why I'm not supporting you, Kathleen. So,
all right, I'm not taking this personally. I'm taking it very seriously as a commissioner. I dedicate my time to do this. You dedicate your time to do this. And of course, I take it very seriously. And I think this is one time where we have an opportunity to interpret it the way we think I'm interpreting it the way that I feel it is meant to be interpreted, and in the highest and best use of the wording of the language of what's within our rights. So I don't take it, I understand.
Thank you both, Commissioner Lunn and Commissioner Brown. I have just maybe a question about the fine line of federal mandate of a new construction. You know, we've heard a lot about the retrofit of the existing jail. Is that something that would not be considered and not receive funding because they're retrofitting an existing building? If anyone knows the answer.
Is that a question?
I think you can answer that, Mr. Smith.
Yes.
We did have conversations with FEMA about that, and they were open to considering allowing the use of that, of their funds to do the retrofit.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other comments? If not, I'll call the question. Commissioner Alexander.
I'm going to put in a
No.
for you to clean out.
Commissioner Brown.
no.
Commissioner Flick. Yes. Commissioner Lunn.
Yes.
Commissioner Mobley.
Yes.
Commissioner Sieg.
No.
Commissioner Stewart.
No.
Commissioner Weidberg.
No.
It's 5 nays and 3 yays. So do we then put up another motion?
No,
Is that what happened? That's it. We're done.
That passes.
Great.
Sorry, it does not pass. It fails.
Does not pass, right. Motion fails.
Do we need another motion?
Yeah, we either need another motion or we can pass it on with no recommendation.
Well, I'll make the motion to approve per staff's recommendation and keeping in the denial of the variance, because it seems from what I hear from Mr. Smith that we may not have a need for that after all if the demolition goes forward.
Second by Commissioner Stewart.
Okay, so Commissioner Brown has made a motion to approve zoning docket 7121 as stated with the denial of the variance and the modifications to the other provisos as stated earlier, and seconded by Commissioner Stewart. Are there any comments? That we will call the question. Commissioner Alexander.
Yes.
Commissioner Brown.
Yes.
Commissioner Flick. No. Commissioner Lunn.
No.
Commissioner Mobley.
Nope.
Commissioner Stieg.
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart.
Yes.
Commissioner Weidberg.
No.
No. Okay, so 1, 2.
That's no legal majority, so it would, I don't think we need another motion. I think we just send it with no recommendation.
Okay, so we'll be sending zoning docket 7121 with no recommendation to City Council. Okay, zoning docket 7221.
We have a comment from Daniel Davis, 4000 Iroquois Street in New Orleans. Daniel is not a paid rep and is in opposition. Expanding OJC when there is already a disproportionately large number of youth locked up in New Orleans is egregious. Expand community centers, expand libraries and learning centers, expand opportunities for our youth, not just punishments.
So excuse me, Valerie, are we going to be still in public comments?
I think we're on zoning, we're on 7221, which starts with Danielle Davis.
Yes.
Yeah, it
Oh,
doesn't seem like
I
that
see.
comment pertains to the ZB 7221,
Correct.
which was for short-term rental on Charter Street. There might just have been a mistake in the docket number to which this should have been.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay, so it looks like there's no comments for that zoning docket. And this was for bringing the short-term rental property back online. This was recommended for approval with 7 provisos.
Correct.
Is there any questions or a motion? Looking for a motion for zoning docket 7221. Any motion?
Can staff please repeat recommendation?
It's a
Approval subject to 7 provisos.
Make the motion to approve staff recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Weidberg. Is there a second?
I'll second it. Am I on mute or not? Let's see.
Oh, you're good. I
Yeah.
got you, Commissioner Stieg. Commissioner
I lose
Weidberg made a motion to approve zoning docket 7221 and seconded by Commissioner Stieg. Is there any discussion? If not, I'll call the question. Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Flick, yes. Commissioner Lunn,
Yes.
Commissioner Mobley,
No.
Commissioner Stieg, Commissioner Stieg. Now you're muted.
Yes, I'm sorry, my
Thank you.
screen was blocked, and I thought I was
That's
still unmuted.
That's
Yes.
okay. Commissioner Stewart
Yes.
and Commissioner Weidberg.
Yes.
That's 8 yeas and 1 nay. The motion passes. Next is zoning docket 7321. Staff recommended approval with 6 provisos. This is the storage facility.
Yeah, so there's a comment from Scott Taberry, 4141 Bienville Street, Suite 101. Scott is not a paid rep and is in support of this application. Engineer for developer, Verdad Real Estate, zoning docket 7321, available to answer any design-related questions. And the next one is from J. Tyler Marquette, 201 St. Charles Avenue, 46th floor, New Orleans, 70170. Jay is a paid rep and is in support of this application. I'm available to answer any additional questions that may arise in connection with this application.
Thank you. Are there any questions or a motion from the commission?
Commissioner Luns, I move for approval of zoning docket 7321 with 6 provisos per staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner Lund. Is there a second?
Speak seconds.
Thank you, Commissioner Sieg. Commissioner Lund made a motion to approve zoning docket 7321 with a second by Commissioner Sieg. If there's no comment, I'll call the question. Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Flick? Yes. Commissioner Lund?
Yes.
Commissioner Mobley?
Yes.
Commissioner Sieg?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yes.
Commissioner Weidberg? Oh, I think he stepped off. That'll be 7 yeas. The motion passes. Next is zoning docket 7421. This was a staff report recommendation of denial. This was the Gentility property. Looking for a double versus a single.
We have a comment from Lindsay Top, 5153 Batchett, New Orleans, 70122. Lindsay is not a paid rep and is in support. It is my understanding that the property will remain primarily residential use, but the owner is wanting to also have an income-bearing rental unit on the property. This is clearly not the same as the Airbnb and other short-term rentals that are hurting so many neighborhoods in New Orleans, and in fact will contribute to building long-term residents and will enable a new homeowner to afford to live in the neighborhood. Ms. Cage is planning to live at the property and also will generate income to allow her to pay the mortgage on the property and remain a long-term member of our community. I fully support the zoning change to allow Ms. Cage to join our neighborhood and community, as I know she would be a great community member and neighbor. At a time when so many New Orleanians are being pushed out of the city and into the suburbs, I applaud Ms. Cage's solution to stay in Orleans Parish and become a member of our neighborhood community. Gentilly will be lucky to have her. Next comment is from Rashonda Whitney Thompson, 5817 Elysian Fields Avenue. Rashonda is not a paid rep and is in support. I think that this home should be zoned as 2-family dwelling, and it does fit the makeup of the neighborhood. Next comment is from Evan Stewart, 2734 After Street. Evan is not a paid rep and is in opposition. Multi-family dwelling should be allowed since it already exists on the block. So I guess that should be support, okay? Andronica Morris, 4640 South Carrollton Avenue, number 160, New Orleans, 70119. Andronica is not a paid rep and is in support. This zoning change would add more consistency for Batchett Street, which is still partially zoned for 2-family dwellings. As a city, we should be encouraging the expansion of our affordable housing footprint by seizing opportunities to restore single-family properties back to multifamily housing. Increasing our potential housing stock encourages affordable housing developments. Next comment is from Tara Lynn Wells Donald, 5159 Press Drive. Tara Lynn is not a paid rep and is in support. This application should be approved. It will provide the city with substantial revenue and improve the city. Additionally, as a property owner in the area, I feel like the opportunity that Ms. Cage is providing will grant other individuals the opportunity to have a chance to live in a nice area at a reasonable amount.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. What allows for a block to have, to be partially zoned for a portion of the block versus others? Is it just merely being grandfathered in when the zone changed?
I may not understand your question correctly, but however, this area was predominantly developed with two-family residences. And then after Katrina, a lot of them were demolished. And so when we did the rezoning of the area, it became a single-family residential area. And so it was rezoned in 2015. Okay. And I think your question is about how do we go about the spot zoning policy, where we look at one property being treated differently than all of the rest. So this is one property owner submitting an application for one property. However, if it may be considered differently if it were several properties, and then it would not be treating one differently than the rest. It would be treating a group of properties for the same reason. So it would have to have all the property owners signing the application for their properties.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commission or a motion?
Madam Chair, if there are no more questions, I actually have I guess a question for staff and then also a motion. In this case, I'm appreciative for a staff report. However, I want to go against the staff report for denial for approval, simply because we can see just on a Google search that same block has multi-family homes. And I appreciate that the applicant came before us, even if she bought it as a single family, presented an application to make it a multi-family, to make it affordable so that she can become a homeowner in the city of New Orleans. So I'm appreciative for that. So my question for staff, since this is, we're going against the staff today, to make sure that my motion is in a line to give the applicant exactly what she needs in moving forward with the multifamily unit.
Yes, if she gets the zoning changed to a two-family residential district, she would be permitted to build a two-family residence.
All right. And so do we need to include any additional provisos?
No.
Okay. Well, my motion is to go against staff recommendation for approval for this zoning docket.
Thank you, Commissioner Stewart. Is there a second?
Commissioner Mobley will second.
Thank you, Commissioner Mobley. Commissioner Stewart made a motion to go against staff's recommendation of denial and approve zoning docket 7421, seconded by Commissioner Mobley. Is there any discussion? And if not, I will call the question. Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Flick? Yes. Commissioner Lunn?
Yes, and I have a comment about it. I'm not sure how this was rezoned to this area to single family when the master plan has the states that we want to encourage increased density in the historic urban areas of New Orleans, although I guess this could be considered almost suburban. But I would hope when we look at the when we review this, the CZO once again and amended, that we look at areas of the city where we've done this and changed from, say, two-family to single-family, that we allow the zoning to go back to increase the density in the city in places where it would benefit affordability and livability in the city. So yes, I vote for the yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Lunn. Commissioner Mobley?
Yes, and I also hope that we follow the trend of other cities in getting rid of single-family zoning as much as possible.
Thank you. Commissioner Stieg?
No.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yes.
Yes, so that's 6 yeas and 1 nay. The motion passes. Next zoning docket is 7521.
Okay, so the first comment is from Karen Acker, 4732 Palmyra Street. Karen is not a paid rep and is in support. The staff report oversimplifies the intended effect of the interim zoning district. The council motion doesn't simply ask that CPC prohibit City Hall use. It very specifically lists 5 incompatible uses, including a broader government office use that currently includes City Hall, but also parking lots, parking structures, public works, and safety facilities. Concept plans don't simply show City Hall neatly contained in the existing footprint of the municipal auditorium. Referring simply to City Hall serves to minimize plans for a sprawling 650,000 square foot government campus made up of new additions, multi-level parking structures, and new civil district court buildings, which overwhelm the park. Government offices and office use are specifically prohibited in surrounding BCR1 and HMR1 residential neighborhoods. The only narrow exception provided is for neighborhood commercial establishments, which are limited to 3,000 square feet. Even a scaled back redevelopment will lead to absurd, unintended, and devastating results. For these reasons, it is imperative that the IZD remain in effect for a typical 1-year term, and that City Hall is added to the list of prohibited uses to preserve the intended effect of this IZD. Next comment is from Jackie Harris, 124 Rosalind Park Place. Jackie is not a paid rep and is in support. I serve as executive director of the Louis Armstrong Educational Foundation. When the park was dedicated nearly 50 years ago, Mr. Armstrong's widow, Lucille, had no intention of allowing permission for her husband's name to be associated with anything other than a park and cultural center. The city council requested the Protect Treme interim zoning district remain in effect until a comprehensive vision for the future of Louis Armstrong Park is developed by residents in collaboration with the city. Hurricane Ida and COVID-19 have delayed these efforts. It is unrealistic for this momentous task to be completed in 3 months. Furthermore, council motion number M-21-366 instructs CPC to amend the CZO to permanently prohibit principal government office, City Hall, public works, and safety facility uses within Louis Armstrong Park, and will be heard by the City Council on October 21st, 2021. 3 months is not enough time to complete that CPC process and implement these changes. Therefore, it is imperative the IZD remain in effect for a full year and that City Hall use classification be specifically added to the list of various prohibited uses to preserve the intent of the IZD. Next comment is from Deborah Volker, 4732 Palmyra Street, New Orleans, 70119. Deborah is not a paid rep and is in support. Allowing City Hall as conditional use in Louis Armstrong Park serves to defeat the purpose and the intended effects of the Protect Treme interim zoning district. And prohibiting government offices, the City Council specifically intends to prohibit City Hall and potential relocation of civil district courts to Louis Armstrong Park. The stated intent is to make them prohibited, not conditional. Furthermore, the staff report failed to consider there are 5 uses specifically listed as prohibited, not just 1. In addition to prohibiting government offices, the Protect Treme interim zoning district prohibits parking lots, parking structures, public works, and safety facilities. There are no conditions which could possibly mitigate the devastating adverse impacts promised by a proposed redevelopment of Armstrong Park into a massive government campus. For these reasons, I urge you to approve the Protect Treme interim zoning district for a full year and include City Hall in the list of prohibited uses as the City Council motion intended. Next comment is from Amy Stelly, 1821 Dumaine Street. Amy is not a paid rep, would like to provide or request information regarding this application. The staff recommendation regarding the request for a text amendment to Article 19 of the CZO to establish the Protect Treme interim zoning district, which is intended to safeguard Treme by prohibiting government offices, parking lots, and parking structures, public works, and safety facilities, falls short and only serves to leave Treme vulnerable. In addition to that, it continues the history of racist planning that has plagued Treme for a century. Staff acknowledges that the CZO provides 1 year's protection for IZDs. Yet staff has recommended that the Protect Treme IZD expire in 3 months, which means Treme will only enjoy 25% of the protection given to other communities. Treme should receive a full year's protection like other communities. To shortchange a community that has consistently received planning body blows by removing its protection continues to brutal assault on a Black community that is essence of New Orleans, its history, and its culture. Staff justifies its recommendation by relying on the adoption of motion number M-21-260, zoning docket 8321, which calls for a city hall to be approved through a conditional use process to fill the gap once the Treme IZD expires. This
Time.
justification, okay. Let's see. Oops, next comment is from Glade, Bill B. II, 606 Esplanade Avenue. Glade is not a paid rep and is in support. As president of the Bridgeport Citizens, our board is committed to ensuring that Louis Armstrong Park be utilized as a cultural facility, which is in keeping with and appropriate to the landmark status that is within the community and the city of New Orleans. We're strongly opposed to the proposed relocation of New Orleans City Hall to the Morris FX Jeff Municipal Auditorium within the sacred Congo Square Louis Armstrong Park. We urge the adoption of specifically crafted language which provides permanent protection of the Treme neighborhood and Louis Armstrong Park from inappropriate redevelopment at City Hall government complex, and that the Protect Treme interim zoning district remains in full effect with a requested modification until permanent protections are formally adopted by the City Council and enshrined in the comprehensive zoning ordinance. Next comment is from Dwayne Brashear, 4730 Palmyra Street, New Orleans, 70119. Dwayne is not a paid rep and is in support. Allowing principal non-park use of the seat of municipal government within Louis Armstrong Park is inconsistent with the spirit, language, intent, and stated purpose of the Open Space Regional Zoning District, which quite narrowly allows for parks, playgrounds, cemeteries, and the preservation of national resources. The only narrow exception provided for and mentioned is those commercial activities which are ancillary or park supported. It is unconscionable to think anyone would contemplate redeveloping a dedicated park into a massive governmental campus. The definition of parks and playgrounds and language of purpose statements prohibits this conclusion. A municipal office complex can never be reasonably misconstrued as ancillary or park supported. It is a principal use. Within the OSR zoning district, and office use is specifically prohibited, further clarifying the intent. Single words and terms within the CZO should not be handpicked or isolated to invent new meaning. This leads to absurd results. The intent must be viewed within the context of the similar prohibited uses within table table 7-1. Okay. Next comment. Deborah Volker, 4732 Palmyra. Deborah is not a paid rep and is in support. I'm not sure if this is the same comment. Allowing City Hall as a conditional use in Louis Armstrong Park serves to defeat the purpose and intended effects of the Protect Treme interim zoning district. And prohibiting government offices, the City Council motion specifically intends to prohibit City Hall potential relocation of civil district courts to Louis Armstrong Park. The stated intent is to make them prohibited, not conditional. Furthermore, the staff report failed to consider there are 5 uses specifically listed as prohibited, not just one. In addition to prohibiting government offices, the Protect Treme interim zoning district prohibits parking lots, parking structures, public works, and safety facilities. There are no conditions which could possibly mitigate the devastating adverse impacts promised by a proposed redevelopment of Armstrong Park into a massive government campus. For these reasons, I urge you to approve the Protect Treme interim zoning district for a full year and include City Hall in the list of prohibited uses as the City Council motion intended. The next comment, again, is from Karen Acker, 4732 Palmyra. Karen is not a paid rep and is in support. The staff report oversimplifies the intended effect of the interim zoning district. The City Council motion doesn't simply act as CPC prohibits City Hall use. It very specifically lists 5 incompatible uses, including a broader government office use that currently includes City Hall, but also parking lots, parking structures, public works, and safety facilities. Okay, So this is the same comment. Okay. Next comment is from Reverend Gregory Manning, 3105 Milan Street. Reverend Gregory is not a paid rep and is in support. The Protect Treme interim zoning district prohibiting incompatible uses within Armstrong Park will provide much greater consistency with the master plan. The future land use is the single most important element of the land use chapter. Nowhere in the parkland and open space future land use is the principal institutional use ever contemplated or considered. The range of uses narrowly allows for parks, playgrounds, athletic fields, recreational uses, gardens, cultural facilities, open space, and stormwater management. The only limited exception in the future land use which is ever mentioned or contemplated is an ancillary or park supportive of commercial use, prohibiting incompatible institutional uses such as government offices, city hall, civil district courts with multi-level parking structures within Louis Armstrong Park will prevent development that is in direct violation of the parkland open space future land use of this site and the master plan. Next comment is from Asedawa Amor Amankum, 1426 North Miro Street. Asedawa is not a paid rep and is in support. The ground on which the municipal auditorium sits is an integral part of Congress Square and Louis Armstrong Park. It is one of the most significant sites in our city's cultural legacy and by extension, the world. This property and its structure should be expressly dedicated to honoring New Orleans culture, the contributions and sacrifices of New Orleanians, and towards sustaining and developing New Orleans' cultural legacy for generations to come. In fact, this is the precise purpose the site has long been developed, dedicated, and used for. The city has no right to divert the sacred ground to another unrelated, incompatible purpose. Staff notes the issue at stake is preserving culturally significant areas of the city. I urge you to recommend and approve modifications, adding a new city hall use classification to the list of various prohibited uses, and extend the IZD for a full year to preserve the city council's intended effects. Next comment is from Cheryl Austin, 816 North Robinson Street. Cheryl is not a paid rep and is in support. The city hall relocation to Louis Armstrong Park promises to degrade the residential fabric of the adjacent neighborhoods and inflate nearby property values, placing an even greater pressure on fragile communities. It promises to overwhelm the park and adversely impact passive recreation, reflection, and enjoyment of the park. It promises long-term cumulative adverse effects by spurring intense out-of-scale development, similar to what surrounds our current city hall and CBD. It promises traffic and congestion, threatens walkability and the health and safety of residents and visitors alike. It will inflict another wound on the Treme community and our culture, which has already been scarred by a century of appropriation and equitable governmental planning and actions. The 16,000 results of 2 public input surveys echoed a resounding no to any proposed city hall or government office complex within Louis Armstrong Park. I urge you to approve the IZD for a full year and add city hall to the list of prohibited uses to preserve the intended effects of the IZD. Next comment is from Dal Edwards, 1026 Amelia Street. Dal is not a paid rep and is in support. The staff report fails to consider that a 3-month IZD expiration directly coincides with the submission deadline for project management and plan development outlined in RFQ number 1216 and RFP number 1274. The staff report also underestimates the scale and extent of development proposed within the boundaries of the Louis Armstrong Park site. The RFQ and RFP contemplates development of a civil district court complex, relocation of city hall to municipal auditorium, multi-level parking structures, and future commercial uses within the boundaries of Louis Armstrong Park to such extent that it would render at least half of the public park useless for its historic and intended culture and recreational purposes. For these reasons, we respectfully disagree with staff's conclusion that a new city hall definition renders the IZD moot. A year-long IZD is both relevant and necessary, not only to prevent the city hall move, but also to ensure that these other equally inappropriate encroachments are not built before more long-term protections can be put into place. Next comment is from Aaron Holmes, 816 North Rampart Street. Erin is a paid rep and is in support. The staff report concluded that the implementation of a new city hall use classification effectively destroys the intended effect of the Protect Treme interim zoning district. To reinstate its spirit and intention, please add City Hall to the list of prohibited uses in the Protect Treme IZD and ensure this remains in full effect for 1 year. Temporary IZDs are typically implemented for a period of 1 year and 3 months. It's simply insufficient time for the communities to produce a comprehensive redevelopment and maintenance plan for the entirety of Armstrong Park. Otherwise, the requested IZD is completely useless. Staff notes the issue at stake is preserving culturally significant areas of the city, and we agree it is imperative these modifications are made to achieve the intended goal of prohibiting City Hall and Louis Armstrong Park.
Madam Chair, can I interrupt for just a second? I have to step away for a time. I'll be back as soon as I can. I apologize, but I'll be back as soon as possible.
Thank you.
The next comment is from Matilda Denegre, 435 Audubon Street. And Matilda is not a paid rep and is in opposition. New Orleans needs to support, oh, okay, wrong docket. Next comment is from Jamila Peters Muhammad, 1925 Joliet Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70118. Jamila is not a paid rep and is in support of this application. I support the Protect Treme interim zoning district. However, in order to preserve the intended effect of the IZD, please add any new City Hall use classification to the list of prohibited uses and approve the IZD for a typical 1 year. We must protect the unique and historic districts of New Orleans. Next comment is from Christopher Wynn, 2805 Carondelet Street, Apartment 6, New Orleans, 70115. Christopher is not a paid rep and is in opposition. Oh, okay, again, wrong docket. Next comment is from Bethany Boltman, 1525 Louisiana Avenue, New Orleans, 70115. Bethany is not a paid rep and is in support. As the New Orleans Musicians Clinic vows to keep our music alive, we urge the CPC to ensure that we aren't facing cultural extinction due to the destruction of the epicenter of jazz. We urge you to ratify the Protect Treme interim zoning district. In order to preserve the City Council's intended effects, please add any new City Hall use classification to the list of prohibited uses and approve the IZD for a typical 1 year. Next comment is from Andronika Morris. I'm not sure if she commented before on this docket. 4640 South Carrollton Avenue, number 160, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119. Andronika's in support and is not a paid rep. As previously mentioned, it is our duty of our public officials to listen to community, respect the wishes of Treme residents, and vote to approve this IZD. And I conclude the comments for this docket.
Thank you. Are there any questions or a motion regarding this docket item?
Could we ask staff to repeat the recommendation to us, please?
Sure.
The recommendation is modified approval, where this would be in effect in the interim period between when zoning docket 8321 was introduced until when it is codified. And I just looked at the report that was published on Granicus, and I believe it is an older report where we had initially recommended that it is in effect for 3 months, but the recommendation is that it is in effect for the period of time in which it takes for zoning docket 8321 to become codified.
Okay, that was, so the concerns that were expressed about 3 months are not valid. I mean,
Well, they are
They're
not.
valid, but I mean, they don't represent the
Yeah.
proposal,
Correct.
the staff report. Okay. In that case, I'd like to make a motion for approval of staff recommendation for modified approval. Docket, sorry, I don't have it in front of me right now.
7521.
7521, thank you.
Is there a second?
Second by Commissioner Stewart.
Thank you, Commissioner Stewart. Commissioner Lund made a motion to approve zoning docket 7521, seconded by Commissioner Stewart. Are there any comments or discussion? And if not, I will call the question. Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Flick, yes. Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Stieg has stepped out, so that's 5 yeas. The motion passes. Next docket item, or we'll go ahead and do zoning docket 8321, correct? This was, I guess, are there any comments? I believe there are.
First comment is from Karen Acker, 4732 Palmyra Street. Karen is not a paid rep. Would like to provide a request information regarding this application. I urge CPC to make a new city hall use prohibited within all open space, regional, neighborhood, and greenway zoning districts to allow city hall and a designated park and playground through a conditional use is still terribly inappropriate. No use of similar density or intensity is allowed through conditional use in neighborhood park, a low density residential neighborhood. To allow it even conditionally is in complete disregard of appropriateness and in disregard of the transitions between low and high density the CZO calls for. Office use is prohibited in an OSR zoning district. Offices are prohibited in OSR and low density residential neighborhoods, where the only narrow exception allows for neighborhood commercial establishment that are less than 3,000 square feet. A 400,000 square foot city hall is similar to uses which are limited to CBD and high intensity mixed use and commercial zoning districts. Who occupies the office use does not dampen the devastating impacts. To prohibit office use, but allow it if occupied by the government creates a conflict and is an inconsistent treatment of comparable uses. Next comment is from Glade Bilby, 606 Esplanade Avenue. Glade is not a paid rep, would like to provide a request information regarding this application. As president of French Quarter Citizens, our board feels that it is important for Louis Armstrong Park to continue as a cultural space for the Treme neighborhood. To that end, we are opposed to the inappropriate redevelopment of Louis Armstrong Park as a city hall government complex. We hereby request that the Protect Treme interim zoning district remain in full effect with the requested modification until permanent protections are formally adopted by the city council and enshrined in the comprehensive zoning ordinance. We urge the adoption of specifically crafted language which provides permanent protection of the Treme neighborhood. Any conditional use that is applicable in all zoning districts without regard to the appropriateness constitutes a subversion of the CZO and the enormous public-private effort that went into crafting that very document. Next comment is from Deborah Volker, 4732 Palmyra Street. Deborah is not a paid rep and is in support. Allowing City Hall as a conditional use is inconsistent with the spirit, language, and intent of stated purpose of open space districts, which narrowly allows only parks, playgrounds, cemeteries, and the preservation of national resources. Only limited development is appropriate, such as cultural facilities. The only narrow exception mentioned is limited to commercial activities, which are ancillary or park supportive. It is unconscionable to think anyone might contemplate converting a significant portion of a dedicated public park designated for cultural, recreational, and entertainment purposes into an immense, overwhelming governmental campus or principal seat of municipal government, which can never be misconstrued as ancillary or park supportive. A change from park and playground to a sprawling principal seat of municipal government is something never contemplated or intended within open space regional district. the intent of OSR in our city's parks and playgrounds must be reviewed within the context of allowable uses which prohibit office use, the definitions, and also the specific language of the purpose statement that clearly limits non-park activity to ancillary and park supportive use. Next comment is from Amy Stelly, 1821 Dumaine Street. Amy is not a paid rep, would like to provide a request information regarding this application. I am respectfully requesting that the City Hall use be prohibited in OSR open space regional and always in open space neighborhood zoning districts. Open spaces, particularly in poor and undeserved neighborhoods, are no places for a City Hall. Parks are for people, not government complexes and offices. And COVID has shown us the value of open space for all neighborhoods. Additionally, parks and open spaces are valuable assets for stormwater management. Large government complexes such as City Hall will hinder the ability of our parks and open spaces to provide this valuable function. I urge the adoption of language which prohibits City Hall and government complexes in our open spaces and provides permanent protection for Louis Armstrong Park and other neighborhood parks from inappropriate redevelopment with a City Hall government complex. Next comment is from Erin Holmes, 816 North Rampart Street. Erin is a paid rep and is in support. In order to achieve true consistency with the master plan, City Hall must be prohibited within open space districts. Allowing it conditionally is in direct violation of the master plan. The language of the Home Rule Charter is clear and unambiguous. It mandates all land use actions be consistent with designated densities and intensities within the future land use of the master plan. Nowhere in the parkland and open space are institutional uses ever contemplated. The range of uses quite narrowly allows parks, playgrounds, athletic fields, recreational uses, gardens, cultural facilities, and open space. Institutional and government uses are not referenced or allowed. The only narrow exception allows for ancillary or park supportive commercial activities. The principal seat of municipal government cannot reasonably be misconstrued as ancillary or park supportive. It is incompatible with parkland open space future land use. We urge the commission to modify table 7-1 to make both City Hall and government offices prohibited uses within OSR, open space regional, and OSG greenway zoning districts. Next comment is from Dow Edwards, 1026 Amelia Street. Dow is not a paid rep and is in support. Save Our Soul Coalition wholeheartedly agrees with staff's conclusion on page 11 of the staff report that a City Hall use would not be appropriate within Louis Armstrong Park. In keeping with staff's findings, we urge the Planning Commission to make City Hall a prohibited use in Louis Armstrong Park. The staff report specifically suggests that City Hall could be prohibited by adding a footnote under table 7-1. However, for clarity and consistency, we urge the Planning Commission to instead delete the C under OSR and OSG in table 7-1 to prohibit a new City Hall and all government office uses within the open space regional and open space greenway zoning districts. There are no conditions that will adequately mitigate the significant adverse impacts a new City Hall would have on an OSR park. The density, scale, mass, and bulk, and the intensity of use will degrade the fabric of surrounding residential neighborhoods, inflate nearby property values, and place even greater pressure on fragile communities. It will overwhelm smaller OSR parks, promising long-term cumulative impacts, spurring intense out-of-scale development with excessive heights and intensity similar to uses that surrounds our current City Hall and the CBD. Next comment is from Jamila Muhammad, 1925 Joliet Street, New Orleans. Jamila is not a paid rep and is in support. Please change a new City Hall use classification from a conditional use to a prohibited use within the open space regional zoning district and Louis Armstrong Park. There are no conditions that could adequately mitigate the adverse impacts of an immersed municipal government complex will have on Louis Armstrong Park and the surrounding residential neighborhoods. Next comment is from Bethany Boatman, 1525 Louisiana Avenue. Bethany is not a paid rep and is in support. As the New Orleans Musician Clinic vows to keep our music alive, we urge the CPC to change the City Hall classification from a conditional use to a prohibited use within the open space regional zoning district within Louis Armstrong Park. There are no conditions which could adequately mitigate the adverse impacts of an immense municipal government complex on Louis Armstrong Park, Congo Square, and the surrounding residential neighborhoods. Next comment. Okay. The next comment is from Anna Sachs, 2631 St. Anne Street, Unit A. Anna is not a paid rep and is in opposition. Hello, my name is Anna Sachs and I'm a resident of Mid-City on the border of Treme. Oh, okay, that's wrong docket. So I think that completes the comments for that docket.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments or a motion from the commission? And as a reminder, this is staff's recommendation is modified approval.
Question for staff. The use tables as currently in the CZO, there is a P by City Hall or rather government offices, and this would basically change the P's to a C and redefine what City Hall is. Am I correct, or is there more?
This text amendment wouldn't affect the government office use because it wasn't part of the motion. It would be creating a new use, the City Hall use, and that use would be the conditional use. But the government office would remain a permitted use.
Okay, but government office used to incorporate City Hall, am I correct?
Correct.
That used to be part of it. So this would extract that part of this city government office and create a new definition just for City Hall. And so that is substantially what we're talking about as far as the use being for, I'm sorry, the conditional use would be created all around, it would be citywide.
There are a few zoning districts in which it would be recommended for as a permitted use, the CBD districts and some of the higher intense commercial districts. All of the other districts, I believe where government office is currently a permitted use, that City Hall would be a conditional use.
So government offices no longer includes City Hall where those uses are permitted currently.
Right. Once zoning docket 8321 is codified, it becomes its own use. It no longer falls under the definition of government office.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more clarifications or questions or a motion?
I'll move to
Any talking points? Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Just get the conversation started.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown made a motion to approve. Is there a second?
If Commissioner Stieg or Commissioner Alexander, are you here?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure because we need you for quorum.
Okay, and I just want to clarify, Commissioner Brown, your motion is for modified approval as recommended by staff, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Lund. Commissioner Brown made a motion to approve zoning docket 8321 and seconded by Commissioner Lund. If there are no comments, then I will call the question. Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Flick? Yes. Commissioner Lund?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yes.
Great, motion passes. We're gonna skip back and go to zoning docket 7621.
No public comment.
No comments. Okay, and then this was staff report recommended approval with 5 provisos. Are there any further questions regarding this docket or a motion?
Okay, Commissioner Lund, I move for approval as recommended by staff, subject to 6 provisos.
Thank you, Commissioner Lund. Is there a second?
Second. Commissioner
Commissioner
Brown.
Brown. Thank you. Commissioner Lund made a motion to approve zoning docket 7621 with a second by Commissioner Brown. If there are no comments or questions, I'll call the question. Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Flick, yes, Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
and Commissioner Stewart.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes. The next docket item was one that both Commissioner Alexander and Stieg had recused themselves. So we would not have quorum to vote on this docket item.
Is this on deadline, Stephen?
It's not on deadline, because it's a little bit complicated, but we sort of noticed the need for it when closing out the original. And so the deadline is 60 days in general. It's less than 60 days from when we realized the need for the reconsideration. So not on deadline. So I think it can be deferred.
Okay. We're just going to automatically, we can't take any action on it since we don't have enough people to act. So it's just going to be automatically deferred.
Okay.
Sounds good. And I'll let the applicant know.
Thank you.
And can we move that to the top of the next agenda meeting, Stephen? So that is first due to
we'll do.
Thanks.
Okay. Next is subdivision docket 12321. Do we have any comments?
No public comment.
Thank you. This was staff recommendation for tentative approval with 5 provisos. Are there any?
Commissioner Lund, I move for approval, tentative approval as recommended by staff with subject to 5 provisos.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Commissioner.
Okay, I got Commissioner Brown first. So Commissioner Lund made a motion to approve zoning docket 12321 with a second by Commissioner Brown. If there are no comments or discussion, I'll call the question. Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Flick? Yes. Commissioner Lund?
Yes.
And Commissioner Stewart?
Yes.
Motion passes. Next, the subdivision docket 12421.
No public comment.
Thank you. Staff recommendation is for approval with 5 provisos. Is there a comments, questions, or a motion?
Commissioner Lund, I move for approval of subdivision docket 12421, subject to 5 provisos as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Commissioner Alexander, I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Alexander. Commissioner Lund made a motion to approve zoning docket 120, subdivision docket 12421, seconded by Commissioner Alexander. If there are no comments or discussion, I'll call the question. Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Flick? Yes. Commissioner Lund?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yes.
Great. Motion passes. Subdivision docket 12521.
We have a comment from Lynette Bromfield, 929 Andrew Street, New Orleans, 70117. Lynette is not a paid rep and is in support of this application. Thank you to the City Planning Commissioner and everyone that took the time to properly address the minor subdivision proposal. This will create additional housing and increase property values with the proposed new construction structures.
Thank you for commenting. Are there any questions, comments, or a motion? This is for tentative approval subject to 5 provisos.
All right, Commissioner Lunn, I move for tentative approval of subdivision docket 12521, subject to 5 provisos as recommended in the staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner Lunn. Is there a second?
Brown will second.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Lunn made a motion to approve zoning subdivision docket 12521, seconded by Commissioner Brown. If there's no discussion, I'll call the question. Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Flick? Yes. Commissioner Lunn?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Subdivision dockets 12721.
There's a comment from Dan McGrath, 415 Bounty Street, New Orleans, 70114. Dan is not a paid rep and is in opposition. I participated in the community engagement process for this property, hosted by Concordia on April 21st, 2021. At the time, the plans they shared included commercial space, grocery store, single-family lots, veteran housing, and workforce housing. The arrangement of uses surrounding the site pays respect to the adjacent context, with single-family houses situated along Atlantic and Thayer Street, commercial and grocery along Opelousas Avenue, and federal housing adjacent to Eliza Street. The subdivision request presented today is very different than the one that was shared with the community last year. Community response was overwhelmingly positive in support of workforce housing, veteran housing, and a grocery store. 20 positive comments to 2 negative comments about a grocery store recorded in report from June 4th, 2021. Have those plans been abandoned? Does the subdivision request exclude the prospect for commercial development on the site? This request is very different from the one shared the community engagement in the spring.
Thank you. Is the applicant still on the line? Mr. Lizzo, I believe. I don't think she's here.
I'm here.
Oh, hi. Would you be able to, I don't know if you heard the comment in opposition, but if you would be able to talk to that comment.
Yes.
Did you read that or hear that?
Yeah, I did hear it. It was on the YouTube. Yes, so the owners are currently still working through some options. They ran into some financing problems, and that's why we've gone through with this staged approach currently as presented. So one thing that was overwhelmingly accepted throughout the community engagement process was the single family homes. That was the least contentious part. So that was something that the owners felt comfortable moving forward with, both from a community standpoint and also from a financial standpoint. The remainder of the project, which was mentioned from the participant about the commercial uses, that is still being worked out. We're looking through funding options as well. And so the owners, that's still TBD, but this was what we're proposing currently. We think fits within the framework of everything that the community members were okay with, but a lot of it is still TBD.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions of the commission for the applicant or for staff?
As Commissioner Lund, I have a question for staff, and I know it's in the report, but I'm sorry, I just can't locate it right now. Why do they need to come before us right now before they have this proposal fleshed out more fully? I mean, obviously this neighborhood is very much longing for some commercial development, for a grocery store. This is things that were talked about in the neighborhood participation plan. So there is an anticipation in the area that there will be commercial services that will serve this heavily residential neighborhood. As a realtor, I know houses are selling at very, very high prices right now. Economically, of course, it makes sense to put forth this many single family development lots and build new construction on it. But what will be there for the neighborhood is a concern of mine. So why would we need to consider this? Why do they need to come before us right now for what they're proposing?
So the residential component of it, the single family residential component, is a by right component. What does require action is the decision to subdivide the land into smaller parcels. And so they've, I think as Natalie has said, they've elected to sort of move forward with that component of the development. The reason the commission has to look at the particular subdivision is because it creates more than 5 lots and therefore is a major subdivision,
Okay.
which is something that requires commission level approval.
All righty. And in part of staff's review process, it is not a factor what the remainder of the parcel will be used for.
It's something, the use of a specific parcel is really outside the scope of the review because ultimately the zoning sets what can be done with it. And so it may be the case that the large remaining parcel is used in a commercial way or multifamily or residential. But that particular ultimate development is not something the subdivision can define. In other words, the subdivision can create lots. It can't define the ultimate use of any of the lots, which is set by the zoning.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Stephen.
Are there any other questions or a motion?
I guess I do have one other question then. Is Concordia still in other words, if the NPP was, if the whole NPP was done utilizing an architect and a design plan, and now it's being changed, doesn't a major subdivision requires an NPP, correct?
A major subdivision does not require an NPP at this point.
Okay. Okay. Thank you then.
Can I follow up on that? Is that appropriate?
I would like to hear your response to that. Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So what was presented to the neighborhood where we did show the single family homes, that's still to remain. So we haven't shown any new information. It's just that in this phased approach, that's one thing that was accepted. So it's not like a totally new proposal from the community engagement meeting to what we're proposing here today. So I just want to clarify that.
So I guess I might ask, why would you be doing it in phases like, oh, you said it was financing related? Yes, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions or a motion? The motion is for tentative approval with 5 provisos and 1 waiver.
It's Commissioner Brown. I will move approval per staff's recommendations in the report.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Is there a second?
Second, Commissioner Stewart.
Thank you, Commissioner Stewart. Commissioner Brown made a motion to approve subdivision docket 12721 with a second by Commissioner Stewart. If there is no discussion, I will call the question. Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Flick? Yes. Commissioner Lunn?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you. Next is property disposition 00421.
No
Are there any
public
comments? Thank you. This staff report recommendation is for approval with 2 provisos. Are there any questions, comments, or a motion?
There are no further comments, Madam Chair. I move for approval with the 2 provisos for property disposition 00421.
Thank you, Commissioner Stewart. A second?
Commissioner Alexander, I'll second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Alexander. Commissioner Stewart has made a motion for approval of property disposition 00421, seconded by Commissioner Alexander. Are there any comments or discussion? No, I'll call the question. Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Flick, yes. Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. And then I think the other two were the capital improvement plan was consideration of the projects. Was that for approval or just for information?
Yeah, the amendment's just to provide a public hearing for things that didn't go for our public hearings. So if we don't have any comments from them, we don't need to do anything else with it.
Thank you. Are there any public comments?
Yes, there is one from Clara Riley, 1832 Hastings Place, New Orleans, 70130. Clara is not a paid rep and is in opposite. Oh, no, it was from the other zoning docket.
Oh, okay. So there are no public comments for this capital improvement amendment. So we'll move on to the next, which is the draft for the capital improvement plan. Are there any comments on that?
No public comment.
And then are we making a motion to move this along? Staff?
Yeah, so this needs to vote. You guys can vote to recommend for approval or denial. Same thing in the zoning docket.
Thank you. Are there any comments, questions, or a motion for the capital improvement plan?
There are no further comments or questions about the 2022-26 capital improvement plan. Move for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Stewart. Is there a second?
I'll second it, Commissioner Lund.
Thank you, Commissioner Lund. Commissioner Stewart's made a motion to approve the capital improvement plan draft for consideration, and that was seconded by Commissioner Lund. If there are no, if there's no discussion, I'll call the question. Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Flick, yes. Commissioner Lund,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. Next up, Stephen, if you could just remind us of the deferral dockets on the agenda.
Sure, just give me 1 second to pull that document back up. Okay, so we are recommending that zoning dockets 7821 through 8221, 8421 through 8921, and 9521 through 121 be deferred to October 6th. We're recommending that zoning dockets there's a typo here. That zoning dockets 95 through 100 be deferred to the November 9th meeting, as well as the subdivision regulations update, the November 9th meeting.
Thank you. So we're looking for a motion for deferral.
Give this a shot. It's Commissioner Lund. So I move for deferral of zoning dockets 7821 through 8221, 8421 through 8921, and 9521 through 121 be deferred until the October 6th meeting. And that zoning dockets 95.
October 6th or November.
Did I get a number wrong?
Yeah, let me restate that. I stumbled over that a little bit the first time around. So it's 7821 through 8221, as well as 8421 through 8921 to October 26th. And it's 9521 through 121 and the subdivision regulations update November 9th.
Okay, I think I've got it. Okay, so I move that zoning dockets 7821 through 8221 and zoning dockets 8421 through 8921 be deferred for consideration until the October 6th City Planning Commission meeting. and that zoning dockets 9521 through 121 and the subdivision regulations reconsideration, is it? The subdivision
Yes.
regulations reconsideration be deferred until the November 9th, 2021 City Planning Commission meeting.
Well done. Is there a second?
Brown will second.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. I'm going to repeat this now. Commissioner Lunn made a motion to defer zoning dockets 7821 to 8221 and zoning dockets 8421 to 8921 to the October 26th meeting, and zoning dockets 9521 to 121 and the subdivision regulations update to the November 9th meeting. And that was seconded by Commissioner Brown. If there's no discussion, I will call the question. Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Flick, yes, Commissioner Lunn,
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart.
Yes.
Well done. Motion passes. I have a subdivision ratifications here at the very bottom.
Yes, there's a list of subdivisions to be ratified as eligible for administrative approval.
Great. We're looking for a motion to approve the subdivision ratifications.
Brown moves to ratify the subdivision ratifications.
Brown, is there a second?
Commissioner Lunn will second Commissioner Brown's motion for administrative ratification of the subdivision.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown made a motion to approve the subdivision ratifications. That's seconded by Commissioner Lunn. If there's no comments, we'll call the question. Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Flick, yes, Commissioner Lunn,
Yes, bordering on delirious.
and Commissioner Stewart.
Yes.
Motion passes. We did it. That's all for these zoning docket items. We're now just looking for a motion to adjourn. Anyone?
So moved.
Or adjournment at 9:44 p.m.
Yes, at 5:44 p.m. Well done.
Feels like midnight. And great job, Commissioner Flick.
Yes,
Thank
great
you.
job.
That
Great
was
job.
A lot.
And Valerie too. Thank you, Valerie, for stepping in.
Thank you, Valerie. Great job.
All the staff. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Lots of talking. Okay, so I think we just have to raise our hands to motion to adjourn. We'll see you all next time.
Next time. Bye, everybody.